Yo, yo. Let's start the show off with that DQ Hampton.
Yeah. DQ, baby. Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha pattern, some leather, ink and a feather. I pen some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll in my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leaves foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabins. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Curl Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up, y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole on my dean. I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stats, how I'm passing y'all lasses. Catch me on the lake chilling, laughing, everlasting. My mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the low. The chick should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah-da-da, blah-da-da. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent the text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo.
You know, hip hop. See, we can put words on music and let them travel all over the world. That's why we gotta watch the words we put on those sound waves. Sound waves help them travel. Words travel on sound waves like a genie on a magic carpet. They go further when you put them on sound waves. It's just facts. People like them better. All right, we're gonna listen to this next tune. Start off with Good Morning Bill. Shout out to the people in the chat. Peace to y'all. Let's what we gonna do? Put up a comment so that YouTube know that there's people here and they start sending out more notifications to more people. So that's your contribution. Click like, put up a comment. Let's get it popping.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit.
You never heard me on the track before, Mr. Polo LG? That's a thrill. The thrill, I get to enjoy the thrill you about to get because hearing me on the track for the first time, if you like hip hop and you like wordplay, check this out.
You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips, and cannabis and bury it. The jackal, Anubis. Anpu, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed.
That's
and
right.
Do everything I think
That's
I
right.
need.
That's what I do. I wake up, I say good morning. I make sure I sound kind and nice.
I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody. I'm not diametrically opposed to I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down.
All right, cool. We chilling. I could get stuck on the hip hop hype and start playing hecka songs. Some days I just do that. What's up, though? I'm just starting. I started at the TLA. Let me go to someplace else so I could chill and feel real quick. Peace to the chat. What up, JD? What is going on? Oh no, hard coop. We're gonna play hard coop in a minute. I'll do my little monologue. Then we'll listen to that hard coop. Alright. So cats thought they had some weapon against the history and the antiquity of Black Egypt. I'm with the people who say Black Egypt don't make no sense. You know, shout out to Eddie K. Try again today, Eddie. Eddie, if you're watching, try again. Try to come in with your contentions again today. Every day is a new day. We gotta remember. Like normally when we have little debunkers or whatever, I press reset. So if you think the next stream, normally I'm gonna be mad at you for the last stream. Not if it's just normal little shit. I ain't even tripping off the last stream. You feel me? The problem is people will come the next day and try to get off their bars from yesterday. They be like and we just told you that yesterday. We just falsified that. At least we talked to a point where we think it was falsified and the majority of the people watching get rid of him and you still maintaining that contention. That ain't cool. That ain't cool. So what if you was the man, right? And you the last African, not the last African. Let me think better. Feel free to use your imagination, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be limited to reality. Else, it's going to be hard for you to manifest things. If you can't think of nothing that has not been brought into reality yet. So think about writing. I'm just going to talk about this. Do y'all think at the offset, at the invention of writing, just think about it. Do you think the easiest way to start that off Oh, this week we're gonna do that Black Like Osiris book signing. Shout out to Simsu. Do y'all think I don't even go in there, forget it. It just don't lead to nothing. Like if a person ain't a creator and they ain't creative, they got different missions on the earth. Like you're not just gonna talk a person into. You can inspire people to do things that's already in them. But unless you get a person at a really young age, you ain't gonna just listen to my YouTube and then just be creative tomorrow. I mean, you can though. That's why imagination is key, man. People don't know. So once I lost my nerves, you know how your hands ain't supposed to shake. It can shake. Shout out to you. I'm just saying. That happened to me once. I started getting shaky hands. And I didn't have no control over it. I was like, what the hell is this? I don't know what type of humans y'all is, but I went into my brain through meditation, and I found out what was going on, and I retrained my nerves. And in one night, and then the next night, my hands wasn't doing that no more. The next day, my hands wasn't doing that no more. And I never did it again in my life. But if I thought I had to go to a doctor or something, or certain shit, don't get it twisted, bro. I'm not saying just listen. Of course, I got healthcare. I go to the doctor, shit. I use this shit. But that was like, they just gonna give me some drugs. And it just happened one day. So I was like, something unplugged. Like something was unplugged in my head. Because my hands were shaking. You feel me? And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I can't turn into this. Nope. So I just had to get some silence and to go into my body. Think about it. Then I kept testing my shit. And then by the end I was done, man, I had steady hands again. And I was like, okay, now that was just some little stuff you did your own self and you seen it work. And you did it with your brain and you fixed it. How much other stuff is like that and how much is not? I don't know, but that's just the vibe I'm on right now. I'm going to throw in that hard coof and we're going to get it in. Shout out to the people in the chat. Let's go.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core for meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left for road.
Woo! Where them hip hoppers at?
Like almost.
That's that slow flow.
Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite hoop. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wearer. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot. And I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kenneth like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring.
Woo!
The jewels in your crown.
We gonna talk about that.
Ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow me.
Woo!
And my debater make a fraud
chillin'.
with the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet.
That's what you call repairing. They heard the king of Medjay was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, right. You better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, because they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. Fact rap. You ain't even gotta say too much when you're doing fact rap. You just kick back and say stuff.
All right, I'm out here practicing
that people know is true.
Right? And it's hella windy out here. I'm aiming for the orange, but in my bow, I'm about to be aiming right here. I'm gonna let y'all. Actually, I'm aiming like
it's in your blood
or this, and that's gonna allow me to hit this. Trust me. I mean,
now I'm not doing this. I just practice what Africans got in their DNA. We had that accuracy. So that accuracy is a part of you. You just don't understand. I'm gonna turn this down.
I want to see it.
This accuracy right here is a part of you. It's a part of me. You see that X in the sky? How could I fake that bull's eye in the goddamn sky? I drove 45 miles to get to this range. When I got there, it was an X in the sky. I be trying to tell people this shit. Like, that's bullseye. And I shot good this day. Y'all see that other target all the way to the end, all the way to the left, way at the end? I hit that motherfucker.
So those shots should be less than an inch apart. And they should be right on the bullseye. Why would I say that? Because I'm a madjai archer, B. God damn it.
So now we're looking for moving targets. We're looking for moving targets. Like, I'm gonna start when next time we hit the I hit the range, I need to have something swinging. Lefties, shout out to my lefties. Now, you got time in your some people have a little bit of time in their life for hobbies. I definitely don't mind a trivial hobby. If it's not going to produce nothing in your life, but it gives you a sense of amusement in your pursuit of happiness for a small amount of time, that's not really bad. But I don't prefer to you waste my time like that. I get regret and I get like I'm wasting my time. Like if I get hella good at John Madden football, and now it's starting to lead to things. So, you know, they got video games in school for children. So it contradicts the stance that some of us took earlier when video games came out and our youth was trying to get really good at them. And we thought that was counterproductive. We made a mistake. It just needs to be limited. But your child's focus on video games is not counterproductive. You just can't let them they can't abuse it. Now you could get a degree in gaming. But what I was saying about trivial, I took up archery as I took up the moniker the Medjay. How you gonna be doing anything and you can't do what they said they was about? I mean, you know, if y'all I recommend a bow for hella people. Imagine the extra additional confidence in another weapon. Not one you ain't worrying about. You ain't in the bush or the battlefield. You just talking about skills that are under your belt. Oh, pick that up and do that and do that. Anyway, I do recommend archery. I don't know why I got into this presentation, but let's talk about it. Who were the Magi? Now that we've learned so much. When I say Magi from the gate, bro, I said that from the gate. It go like this. I'm a rock squad up, right? At the time when we rocking this Bobby Banger brother Ankh, leader of the Amara squad. That was his thing. His idea was to bring scholars together. Man, you really want to know what happened? It go back farther than that. It started with a contingency of Islamic brothers. See? Now we're going to see how y'all been really around in this shit. Who was the Islamic brothers that inspired the Amun-Ra squad? Oh yeah, y'all be forgetting motherfuckers was really there. Revisionists? No revisionists. Who was the Islamic brothers? What's the name of the Islamic brothers that inspired the Amun-Ra squad? Somebody put it in the chat. I know y'all been around on these YouTube. It's close. It's close. Yep. You said it backwards, J Mill. Yes. J Mill was there. It was the Allah team. Yes. You said it, Yurik. It was the Allah team. Facts. That's why the Amun-Ra squad came together. Not only reason, but you know, I'm saying they had put together this conglomerate that was out here putting out misinformation. And they was dealing with the hieroglyphs. They had Divine Ruler. Divine Ruler probably in the chat. Shout out to Divine Ruler. Like he hit me on one of my posts like last year after like 12, 13 years. You feel me? Peace to you, and I hope all is well, family. Now y'all remember the Allah squad. No, the Allah team. We knocked them down so quick. I mean, so fast. I was having to show Divine Ruler, man, get up out of this Kemet, man. Y'all tripping. That was the Amun-Ra squad. Then we got out and you know, all of the good qualities of the members. I'm not talking about the bad qualities that y'all talk about. We talk about that too much. Let's talk about the good qualities. Remember? Y'all don't remember the good qualities of the Amun-Ra squad? Yeah, they was around Black Lion about 2010. 2009, 2010. The best thing, now people study around and say all the bad shit. Let me be the one to say the good stuff. Start that trend. I bet y'all ain't gonna go on y'all pages and say good stuff. Y'all want some content, then go do the page where y'all talking about the good things y'all got from people. There's something about falling off and fixing yourself to where you better than a person. Not really better than nobody, ain't better, but you got more. You display resilience in the face of adversity. You got knocked off and then you right back. That is honorable. Even if you lost, you did whatever. As long as you bounce back right, that is honorable, right? Brother Sar Imhotep was key to making sure everybody in the Amarat squad learned what he thought was the proper methodology. And I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm just saying. That's one thing that resonated with everybody in the Amarat squad. So much so that you could go watch so many videos and listen to the catchphrases of the conscious community comparative historical linguistics. I had to expose all that stuff. It had got to a point. Now, don't think I'm speaking bad. This is a pendulum, right? And I'm speaking good. My intent is to say the good things, but these, just because I had contention with some of these things, it don't matter. Proper methodology, that catchphrase was brought to the community by Asar Imhotep. Now, I'm not telling y'all, oh no, I knew methodology. Shut up. I was listening to everybody. And I know who said what and who brought what. I ain't saying he had it. But he do got some good methods in some regards. I don't know about linguistics. Ujahu made us focus on what? If y'all don't know what Ujahu made people focus on, y'all fronting. What's the problem? I guess we all got our own greatness, right? And if you ain't just so happy in your own shit, you might not even see other people's shit, or might not even be able to see it. We all got our pitfalls. And if you wallow in that, you probably won't see your greatness. Grammar, thank you. Thank you. Now, I must admit, nobody is over here saying Ujahu taught the community grammar. Ujahu made sure that we knew that if you're trying to learn the glyphs and you really ain't focusing on the grammar, then you just trying to you trying to not really do it, basically. Is that not facts? The reason why I be winning the debates is because I can acknowledge and understand your good qualities. I don't even think battling, or so the men who when you have a problem, now a physical problem is different. You belittle them however much you want. But in a skilled arena, the belittlement of your opponent ultimately belittles you. What's up with high school? Peace to you. I repeat, in a skilled arena where the perception is that from the other people that the opponents are evenly yoked, and then you belittle the opponent. And so that really make you weaker. Y'all ain't never tripped off that. That's why the old school boxing trash talk was more accurate and precise. He's cool, he's really good, but I'm gonna beat that chump down. No. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be like, he just a clown. Now some people would now, but it would be basically the belittlement of your opponent just show that you fighting with bums, then you a bum. So after the Allah team, the Amarat squad got together, cooking. Blog Talk Radio. I could tell the story better because he was right there too. But it started to get some issues when all this
I'm about to play an old ass video on my YouTube page. No, I'm not. When Pseudo came out, when Cat started figuring out that some stuff wasn't right, a big ass beef broke out within the Amara squad over linguistics. Who remember those shows? I stayed out of those fights out of respect for both sides of the team. You drove us back from the hotel from the Kim on Trial event in the Smash rental car. Shout out to Simsu. I'm trying to remember that. It was so lit that night. Shout out to you. Yeah, it was lit that night. So the debate broke out. The inner debate broke out over the origin of these languages in these language groups. And I was getting caught up in it a little bit. But I wasn't participating. Because I don't participate in, I'm not just going to give my Negro intuition. We all got that. That's just going to clutter up the thing. Well, you know what I think. Well, you know what I think. Nah, man. Facts. Let's straighten this out. So I couldn't contribute too much to that conversation. But when the fine details of the conversation started to encroach upon my studies, I was like, oh, hell no. For real, because it caused the battle over Afro-Asiatic, whether it's a real cool language phylum or not, it caused big beef between Ngozi and Gullah and Asar Imhotep and Ujahu. Let me go back. So this is one of the side effects. I had to weigh in on this because in the conversation, in order to prove their points, cats have started saying stuff. Look, I wrote this in 2014. So this was some of the residuals of the ongoing argument about Afro-Asiatic, whether it is substantiated or a cool language phylum or not. You know what I'm saying? And so, in those claims, cats start whipping out scholars with fringe information and then start standing on the points, saying stuff like Bantu languages are closer to the Medu Necher than Coptic. Anybody think that in the chat? Any Bantu language you could pick. Anybody? We know a lot of them are, got cognates. We can match up lots of cognates between these languages, right? But that Bantu is closer to the Medu Necher than Coptic. That's when I was like, oh man, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, we do want to look into other African cultures, other African languages, and see what's going on. But if the evidence don't show what it shows, how are we coming to these conclusions? Now, apparently enough, I think cats have came to their senses by now, and they would possibly word this different, possibly not. But in 2014, when I wrote this article on rapgod.wordpress, if you ever want to go through the information. I detailed our arguments and people's stances because I had a feeling that the ancient Egyptians didn't write in stone for nothing. What I mean is, I wanted these statements that people were saying to be able to be evidenced at a later point in time. Because I'm like, are y'all really saying this? And I was getting badgered over it. I'm going to come to this article and show you something that we all know to be a fact that I was being badgered over. This was a Facebook post. Why don't you quote exactly what you said, Jonathan? They asked me like what I said was wrong. I'll repost it a second time so you don't miss it. And this is what I said, y'all. Yes, Coptic was born out of Demotic from Late Egyptian, which was born out of Middle Egyptian from Old Egyptian. How correct is that statement as far as what we know? Is it half correct, kind of correct? So you see what I'm saying? If I would have just said, okay, you're right, then I would have been denying what's real and true in the world and joining a cult. That's what you're doing. That's what it is. If you don't look, this is facts. Everybody knows this. But I was being told by certain community authoritarians on the subject that it was incorrect and that I was a fraud. I didn't know nothing. Now, if I would have said, okay, I know, all right, I'm wrong. I'm just trying to learn. So y'all tell me. Then I would have had to put down the truth and then go and start repeating what they be repeating. So look at the badgering I received for that statement. Did you not say this, Jonathan? What does born out of Middle Egyptian mean? Seriously? You are arguing that Coptic is a direct descendant of Middle Egyptian via Demotic. This is precisely what I am arguing against. I'm like, huh? You writing this in public? As demonstrated by the work of Mboli. So Mboli proved that Coptic ain't a descendant of Middle Egyptian via Demotic. So that's why those splits happen. Let me go back to the other slide. So that's how those splits start happening. Asar just started focusing on his Medun Dele Institute, I think it was. And Ujahu and Sonjeti, they kind of like started a research team together, so to speak, for lack of better terms. Gozi was like, this ain't popping. And one day he was like, I'm cool on the Amara squad. He did that first. It was Gozi who was cool on the Amara squad first. He said he come in Team Osiris. Now, I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't on some of them phone calls. I was on the second and third call. You feel me? So I don't know how the conversations and stuff. But it was all over that because they was busting at Asar and them so hard that it couldn't be no more unity. It was just like that. So then I seen that this is what this is. At that point, about a week later, I was like, I'm the Magi. And I represent the Madjai archers. We started Team Osiris as a faction of the Amon-Ra squad. And the Madjai archers is a faction of the Amon-Ra squad. We outgrew all of that. We still right here stronger than ever. Growing. See them brothers right there? See how they got that deep? Now they got numbers. We ain't never reinventing ourselves. We just gonna stand on right knowledge. Then you don't have to shift and get caught saying nothing different. I downloaded some audio last night. That shit was crazy. But let me see something real quick. Oh, no. Yeah. So when we talk about who were the Magi, I refer to Kate Liska. And she teaches that, yes, it was an ethnonym. It starts out the ethnogenesis being in the Eastern Desert, possibly in the Eastern Desert. But I don't want to misdo her work. Read the ethnogenesis of the Magi. We came from the well of Abet. So when did you write? Man, I gotta see what that say when it scoot up. Let me see. Magi on the whiteboard at Hyro? I don't remember. That was hella years ago though. You hella funny. That was probably like 2000. Then that was hella long time ago. Now, was these people we see in this representation? J Mill, what's this representation from? J Mill, give us some update on this representation. I should go to your pictures of this. Yeah, you got to tell me where your pictures is of this, and we're gonna look at them. So, I know I'm asking you too many questions. Well, the real question is, what time period is this from, and then where your pictures at? Forget it. It's only two questions. Do y'all think this is a race right here? That's what I'm saying. Do y'all think these ain't Egyptians? So let me ask you, who's in the U.S. Army that ain't American? How about who's in the U.S. police force? Well, it might be some sneak Israelis on training our police, but we'll talk about that whenever y'all ready. Who ain't American on the American police force? Now, see, now we starting to, okay. Now we starting to trip. And we learning the difference between ethnicity and nationality. You know? But we propose that first we report erroneously that the Magi were the police. We're not doing it erroneously. We're doing it based on our limited secondary sources that we got on the subject. And you know, Kate Liska defended her dissertation. And we should view that work. I wouldn't argue that this was a race. Dang, I just noticed one thing. This guy right here must be Emi Madjai. What did I notice about Emi Madjai, the leader of the Medjay warriors? The overseer of the Medjay archers. What did I notice about him? Y'all noticing it? Sometimes you just gotta look at stuff a heck of long to notice something. Yeah, they were somewhat like mercenaries. But we're gonna have that discussion as well. What I noticed was the only person, it appears, without a white headband on. See that white little line right there? They got it all right there. They all got this white line, that white line. He don't got it. He the only one don't got it. I don't know. That's all I noticed. Yeah, and he said he got the special fro. But I'm saying he do got his hairstyle different, but he also don't got that white band that everybody else got. He right here like, man, I'm the one. So y'all think this is representative of a race? Word up. Thank you, Sadiq. Y'all think this is representative of a race? Chef, I gotta wait till we back in them YouTube streets, bruh. I ain't just busting at people for nothing. When we back in them YouTube streets, it's gonna be hella funny. I'm gonna turn on the sampler and just start hitting different quotes. When we ain't in them streets and I ain't promoting nobody be mad at me today. You feel me? This, at the time period that my brother Sadiq just cited, in Ashayet, which would be one of the wives of Mentuhotep II, we gonna say about 11th dynasty. I told y'all, man, I love how all the stuff, it'd be like you putting together a puzzle and the pieces just be falling right in together. 11th dynasty, remember I argued, well, when we talk about detail of the first intermediate period, we learn about Antefi, Sarimput, and all these bosses of Tasseti who took Tasseti back to his original state before the unification. See, when the unification fell apart, the strongest was the South. all of the name an intermediate period that was won by anybody but people from the South. Who ended the third intermediate period? Who ended the second intermediate period? Who ended the first intermediate period? If we find this towards the end of the first intermediate period, don't we see what happened? So it was a point in time where Egypt fell all apart. And then we start finding burials of what they call Nubians. And we start finding iconography or images, vignettes, figurines like this, whatever we have. And we know Egypt was reunified. And y'all don't think they had nothing to do with it? All right, it's not stated in many places that the Magi had much to do with the reunification of Egypt. I want to ask y'all in the chat, do y'all think I just made that up? The evidence I'm leaning on is the Pangrave C group. The C group. The Pangrave culture. Let me show you. Watch how all this stuff line up like the pieces to the puzzle I'll be talking about. Right? C group culture. What is the C group? It was Reisner who put, man, they be classifying you like stock. But it was Reisner who put the remains of what was classified as Nubians into alphabetical order, going from A to X. But it ain't like a J. I don't know about the J group or the H group. See what I mean? I know, now, I don't want to mess it up. The most popular ones is going A through C. And then when you're talking about later times, the Ballina culture, it's X. And those A through C is broken down. They're broken down like A1, A2, A3, A1C, like this. Now, if we investigate the C group culture, which was classified as Nubians erroneously, and Nubian just meant Negro to them, and it was just done to separate people. But when we look at them, they say it dates to 2400. The C group culture is an archaeological culture found in Lower Nubia, which dates from, Wiki is so whack, yo. Like, they don't even want to say that this C group culture was all in Egypt. As you first read just the outset of Wiki, it's saying the C group culture is archaeological culture found in Lower Nubia, which dates from 2400 BCE to 1550 BCE. It was named by George Reisner. With no central site and no written evidence about what these people called themselves, Reisner assigned the culture a letter. Now let's look at a more qualified source and see what they say. The first thing they gonna say, I bet it don't be, let's see. It says the C group had roots. See? The C group had roots in sub-Saharan African culture. Now, why is the real more qualified source not saying it was just a Nubian culture? It said it had roots in the Nubian culture. Small circular house, this because the C group is found all in Egypt. All through Egypt. Oh, he said the name of the gnome is Asut. I apologize. Thank you for saying that. He said the name of the gnome was Asut. I didn't see that right. Thank you. I hope people read what Sadiq said. When I said it was Ashayet wife. But nevertheless, I'm on to something else that got me to talk about this, but that's thank you for saying that. Now, the C group had roots in sub-Saharan African culture. I wish I could remember which connection I was making with that so I could go back and address it, but forget it. With stone foundation, handmade ceramics with elaborate incise decorations and graves covering with circular stone mounds are features that the C group shared with early Nubian A group and pre-Kerma cultures. But the importance of cattle in the C group showed in the burial sites, pottery, figurines, rock drawings also linked it firmly to African cattle cultures that began in the Neolithic and spread across sub-Saharan Africa. Look, the C group has strong connections with Egypt. We can see that. This is what I was coming here to say. Basically, the C group burials was found all over Egypt. C group cemeteries are found as far north as Heracleopolis, southern Egypt, and Egyptians traveled and traded in Nubia. Many times, many Nubians were soldiers in Egyptian armies. Let me see. So how do we address this separation when they say many Nubians were soldiers in Egyptian armies? What are they saying here? Let's ask. Are they saying many people of this ethnic group were members of this nation's army? That will be the most accurate way to try to, qualify that statement. But if it's most often perceived as members of this race were members of this race's army. You see? And that ain't what it is, and that's what we need to realize. It was not members of this race were members of this other race's army. Because Egyptians, for the sense, race is the dumbest thing. It messed up everything we're trying to talk about. People can't understand this because James told me that the fix was in, and I believed him, man. I heard some recreationism going on. But I ain't even gonna trip, I'm just gonna clip it. So I wouldn't argue that these people would be a race, because why? What will qualify you to be a Medjay archer? What would I argue? What Kate Liska argues, that in the Old Kingdom, when referring to the Medjay, they always refer to people of a location. I gotta go get some water. Shit. I gotta get back on my 2 cups of water in the morning. I'll be right back. Hold up.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice spenders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur.
Okay.
The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor.
Now, in the Old Kingdom, when Egyptians had beef with Asiatic sand dwellers, as they stated it, they go to the south. Egyptologists will tell you they rounded up slave armies, but if you read the primaries, you'll learn that's nonsense. They would go to the south. And let's look at some of these. Let's look at this so you can have points of reference. Hopefully, I don't think I got it in this presentation. Let's see. I don't know why I wouldn't, but this presentation was talking about something else in particular. So I want to show you some things so we can understand. Ain't nobody exaggerating about the South. If all your peoples was in the South, just like you got some beef, you got to get your cousins from the South. What you gonna do? All right, so let's go. I'm gonna say autobiography of Weni. Now, this is gonna expose something else: the use of the term Nubian and the weaponization of it. And we'll see. So, just to give you an overview, the autobiography of Weni is a tomb inscription from the ancient Egypt, which is significant in Egyptian studies, or Egyptological studies. Weni the Elder, or Uni, was a court official of the 6th dynasty of ancient Egypt. The tomb of Weni was lost. All right, so basically, let's see some translations on it. Right? Because what's going to happen here? He going to say, primary text discredit all the people that say, man, people was migrating in from Asia and setting up Egypt. Because primary text show all the ancient Egyptians' effort to stop that. You hear what I'm saying? Primary text say, man, we need to build a wall. I can show you the wall. It wasn't Trump. Hold on. I can show you the wall, and it wasn't Trump. It was the ancient Egyptians, and Senaway attested to the wall. The wall that His Majesty built to keep out the Asiatic sand dwellers. Y'all heard that? Not the wall His Majesty built to keep out the Nubians, and in fact, they go get the people misnomered as Nubians to fight the Asiatic sand dwellers. So let me reference this text correctly. I think this website, Tour Egypt, is going to be referring to Miriam Lithium's translation of the text. Let's go to the bottom and corroborate that. No, James Breasted, I think it said. That's even better. So look, they went to Breasted's translation. Now, Budge, Breasted, and them, and Egyptologists came to the decision that Nubian meant Negro. But listen, there's no word in ancient Egyptian text translating back to Nubian. So they see this word in the Hess. I'll show you all this in a moment. I think I got it right here. Let me see. They see this word at the bottom. Let me see, look. They see this is Ta in the beginning. For land, you see this rectangular shape that should be rounded. It shouldn't be square. I mean, square like rectangle. It shouldn't have 90-degree angles. I mean, it should be rounded most often with the 3 dots under it. Ta, Nahesi. You want to break that down, you got this N right here, the water ripple. This is the Nay bird, indicative of, to me, well, I can't say to me. It's used in this word, all right? It's the Nay bird. It is a Numidia guinea fowl, not found in Egypt. I repeat, it is a non-migratory terrestrial bird, a Numidia guinea fowl, which habitat is sub-Saharan Africa. And why would they use this bird? And how would they even know of this bird at a time old enough to incorporate it in the orthography? Y'all see that? So I argue that this Nay, and I can prove it, most often. Now, I haven't went into, well, let's think about this. I could do it now. Nehi also means to pray. How is prayer indicative of the South? Would it be a stretch to say that in some attestations we have, let's say, the Nabta culture is supposed to be where the spiritual tradition and the religious rites, particularly concerning how we find buried cattle, we find no buried humans, but one buried cow in a Tumalai in Nabta. a culture that predates Egypt. Huh? At that time period, I gotta be fair. We can find figurines, right, in the areas of Nakata or something. But can you tell me if those Nakata figurines are? We might find a figurine of Bot. I don't know if we've not known them Nakata. Nope. We might find the Drusa. We find these other figurines. We even find the blue-eyed ones. But what I'm asking you is, do you think those are holy figurines or not? Or are those like those images of the Medjay that we just seen back here?
All right, I'm out here practicing.
Oh, right here. Ooh, thank you. I didn't even see. What you think? I don't think those were supposed to be holy figurines. Now, if we think about Weni and how when they seen this word Nahasi, that they even will tell you either means you hear my early breakfast lunch just came in the room. Looking good. Let's look at how they weaponize this. So I'm not going to read all of this. You can read it if you want. This is the inscription of Weni, and I promote that you do, because the way that we get to the level is reading the information more in depth after the show and stuff. But I'm just trying to lead you to places where you can argue particular points. So this is Weni's trip to the south. So I'm just going to read some particular stuff. I was the eldest of blank, chamber under the majesty of Pepi. His majesty appointed me to the rank of companion, which is a very high rank, and says an inferior prophet of his pyramid city. While my office was blank, his majesty made me judge attached to Nakin. Y'all know what Nakin is, right? About the third known. We'll look that up. It says, he loved me more than any of the servants of his. I heard, being alone with only the chief judge and vizier in a private manner in the name of the king of the royal harem and of the six courts of justice, because of the king loved me more than any of his officials, more than any of his nobles, more than any servant of his. So, that's how they would do. Like, man, I was the man. Now, he going to go talk about when some beef broke out. And we're going to get to that part. It's all kind of talks on here, so now it's going to happen right after this. Let me see. Never before. So this is another thing. Check this out. His Majesty made war on the Asiatic sand dwellers. Now, that is a harsh statement by the ancient Egyptians. And in the Medu Neter, it's probably going to say the Aamu. We can look. It's probably Aamu or said to you. These are two. Aamu, normally, they just going to say the Asiatics. If they say said to you, they're going to be saying Asiatic sand dwellers. So y'all see that's what it say here. Sixth dynasty, his majesty made war with the Asiatic sand dwellers. But people argue that the Asiatic sand dwellers founded Egypt. How that makes sense? Now look, the weaponization kicks in here because when we read the Medu Nexa, it was not A'amu said to you, more like means a sand dweller, but that ain't even really, it wasn't really pejorative. He really talking about the ones who be in the Sinai Peninsula, basically. The same term can be used for Nubians, but it isn't in this instance. Actually, they rely on Nubians here, and you're about to see it. But this breakfast just came in tripping. Hold on. All right, look. And His Majesty made an army of many tens of thousands in the entire South. See? He had beef with the Asiatic sand dwellers. What did he do? He made an army of many tens of thousands in the entire South. Nah, A'amu ain't really a derogatory word, really. But it ain't. I mean, I can't say it's derogatory. They got some people who was A'amu that they wasn't trying to say nothing. Because they, in order to make it derogatory, they would say Hesi in front of it. And we got more Hesi A'amus than we got Hesi Kush. Hesi is wretched. So let's look what he did. The entire South, southward to Elephantine, and northward to Aphroditopolis. All right? Aphroditopolis. All right? It says, in the northern land on both sides, entire in the stronghold. But and in the midst of the strongholds, amongst the Earthet Negroes. Now, this is where we got to stop. Because I argue that this is a strong use of the weaponization of this term here. But it backfired on them. But we could just detail this. This is supposed to be a translation of an ancient Egyptian text. Think about it. Right? Now, if you put some scrutiny to this, it says amongst the Earthet Negroes, the Mazu Negroes, the Yam Negroes, amongst the Wawat Negroes, amongst the Ka'u Negroes, and in the land of Tamay. Uh-oh. So it's Negroes in the land of Tamay, like I told y'all. But I don't want y'all to mess that up because I led you to mess it up. This is what we should focus on. What ancient Egyptian word is Negroes? Anybody? You know it ain't one, but what are they trying to pull from here? They literally put Negroes as if the ancient Egyptians was writing Negroes. But this is done to make you think that Weni wasn't a Negro. Thank you, Shimshu Patah Amen. And we're going to go in on that. We should all know, here's the funniest part, Negro translates back to black, right? In English, or in, that's what it means. But, thank you, Chris. But and that's what he's illustrating the joke that I'm about to say. Chris just did it. Negroes translates back to black. To say black in ancient Egyptian, you say Kim. To pluralize that, you're going to say Kimu. If they was trying to say, they would have been saying Kemetiu, which ain't right. They don't say that there. The word they actually see here, and they're going to give you evidence that they messing this up, is Nehesi. Nehes. All right. So now let's think, because we know that Nehes can simply just mean Southerners, right? So let's read it again as if to say Southerners. His Majesty made a war on the Asiatic sand dwellers, and His Majesty made an army of many tens of thousands in the entire South. Southward to Elephantine and northward to Athrodopolis. It says, in the northern land, on both sides of the entire strongholds, and in the midst of the strongholds, I'm talking about my main mans, in the middle, right in the midst of the strongholds, among the Urthat Southerners, are the people from the south called Urthat, which it isn't south of Weni. All of these locations is south of them. And they said in the entire South. So not the Urthat Southerners, but the Southerners from Wawat, the Southerners, the Medjay here. You see it says Mazoe. This is an old, bad translation for the Medjay. So they trying to make these people be Negroes, so that the ancient Egyptians could not be Negroes. If I said, oh, I went and formed the army amongst all the Mexicans, you probably think I'm not Mexican. Even still, even though they tried to group all these together, I'm gonna pull that up. I got it, J-Mill. Even if they tried to group all these together, you can clearly see the reader is separating them all. Urthat being a location, Negroes in the South. Mazu is a location, Negroes should be in the South or Southern. Now we're going to look at it for real and see if I made that up, because I got it right here. I looked at that a long time ago on one of my articles. Let's see. It's going to be on Tasseti. I'm searching the word Tasseti. If you want to do this, to do the same research. The well-defined kingdom of Nubia, Nehesi, and the Nabar, and Taharka, and the land of Tasseti, written in 2012. Here it go. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't got that part of the text, J-Mill. But it would be on page 99 of E.A. Wallace Budge's reading book, Ancient Egyptian, reading book of Ancient Egyptian. I probably could pull that up, but it'll take some time. But look at this. Now we go back to here. The page that I snipped is starting right here, just so you can see. Where we're supposed to see a word that says Negroes, remember? This is how they be doing this shit. Like, if we, excuse my language, if we don't study it, we got to take their word for it. So again, when we go look at the glyphs, the first thing we're going to see is what they say is Mazoe, Negroes. Let's look over here. This ain't Mazoe, and this ain't Negroes. See? Now, I analyzed this for a long time, and I always put in both sides of my question. Because I don't think scholars like to be openly dishonest. So they normally need to have something they're hinging on to come to their conclusion. So I'm not trying to say, this is the question we ask. Yes, the feather on the head is indicative of the South. They're not, this ain't talking about my eye. They're talking about the feather that's found on the head. Dang, I'm trying to make it bigger, but it's not letting me. The feather that's found on the head of Southerners. But in most instances attached to the warrior class. Now, so what do I mean by that? Damn, I gotta open up this thing because I remember earlier in this text they just talk about the army where they're using a dude with a feather on his head just holding a bow, which is the standard glyph for an army man. And as Jeremy Pope put forth, the ancient Egyptian, the Nubian archer, is the standard glyph for a soldier. So this don't say Negroes, but if you wanted to argue that it's written out in a way that is indicative of tribes, I'm not mad at that. Let's see what it be saying. Medjay here, but it don't really say Medjay. You got the M. The way they wrote it was crazy, but this is Budge's transliteration. You got the M, the D, J, so like Medjay. But this should be a U, but Budge put an M here. And, I mean, that's what it looked like, because this ain't Majam. And I know from studying it that if you come here, Mazoe, all you got to do, take Mazoe and pop it in right here. What's it going to say? Medjay. Watch this. All right, just put it one time. Look. What is it going to say? What does it say? First thing that pop up, Medjay. See? That popped up, look. So Mazoe, that lets you know Mazoe is the Medjay here. That means when you look at the primary, and we know how to read it, but they took this M bird should not be an M bird. As this would say Medjay M Kasat. Because the M gonna connect to something, or Majam, and Medjay wasn't called Majam. The area Medjay, M DJ, and this should be a U. So Medjay. Medjay, the land of Medjay. You see this foreign land determinative? Okay. So this is what we was talking about. The ethnogenesis are the time periods when these people called the Medjay were looked at like a group from who descended from a different from a location, a particular location. Now notice this. If this means Negroes, and they say Medjay Negroes, and Yam, I think this is the Yam. Let me look. It looked like Yam. Yep, Yam. And the Yam Negroes, right? The reason why I say it looked like Yam, because it got a Y, and we got an I in the front, and not particularly double reed leaves. Then we got an M, the Ma. This say Ma, but this is M. So it would really kind of be like Amam, Yam, Amam. But we know they're giving this Yam. And you feel me? Nevertheless, you see the consistency. A place with a foreign land determinative and then the same people group. Now, these are just Southerners. But to argue, all right, let me show you something. I'm about to prove it. If they not Southerners, and this is a people group, well, he talking about Libya down here. See? So how do I know that? Look at this M. See, this whole thing, the way they translated this, they doing a lot of things. The foreign language, that's what I'm pointing out, Atum. Thanks for the question. He asked, why was the foreign land used with Medjay? Because at this time they was going to a land. This is like 6th dynasty. They was going to a land outside of the colonial, their borders, to hook up with some people. 6th dynasty. And so scholars are at least Kate Liska put forth that this is the time period when Medjay meant a people group, because of references just like this. If it say Medjay and got a land and then show the people after it, they saying the people of Medjay, but this say Nehes. So they saying the Southerners from Medjay, and people trying to say, they say the Negroes from Medjay. The most accurate to say is they say the Nehes, Medjay Nehes, Yam Nehes, Wawat Nehes. But this is what we got to keep on. We got to slow down. In the grammar, there's an M after. See, that's why I told these people they tripping. The reason why they read it like this is so the Libyans won't be Negroes. Let me show you what I mean. And so I'm going to open the chat. Now, look at this. Let's look at her inscription. It says, all of these are commas, right? Among the Earthet Negroes, comma. The Medjay Negroes, right? So we know before the Medjay Negroes, and then the Yam Negroes, we know the same grammatical structure is going to be just like it's repeating right here. But let's watch what's happening. It say, Medjay, now come back here, and she say Negroes. But when we look at the text, it say Medjay, Nehes, then it got an M after it. This M, maybe they using the M as and. Chris or any of the people who do the metal nature, Asar MK, Reggie, are they using this M as an and or a also? Because if not, the Nehes group is before the M, which is connecting it to the people, to the land after that. It would read Nehes M Yam, Nehes M Wawat, Nehes M Kakao. See the reason they don't want to read it like that? Because this last one say Nehes M Ta Tamay. I'm telling you, Ta Tamay is the land of Libya. And that would ultimately say Negroes from the land of Libya. So they parsed it different and left out this M, which is connecting it. Now tell me, I need to open up the chat. Let me see. If somebody out there who do the grammar, y'all know how we do every day. But now, remember what time period we're in, and then we'll look at another attestation from this time period, and we'll see they always went to the south to get southern tribes.
Recording in progress.
Recording? Why is it recording? I don't want it to record. I don't know. Where'd that go? It's over. Hold on. It just said recording in progress out the blue. In the other meeting. Let me hook this up.
Recording in progress.
Why I keep recording every time I start Zoom? I want to stop the recording. No, I do not want to record, dog. You wasting my space. So now when I just start Zoom today, it's just say recording in progress. Oh, okay. That's why, because I got this new thing I added called Read AI Meeting Notes. Nah, remove permissions.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, there you go. Because now when we talk, you can get the meeting notes. And everything y'all say is going to say who said it. But I turned that off, though. Get that up out of here. Remove. All right. Hit the link, hit the link. Invite. Let me find the chat. I'm a bad. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Pop out chat. All right, there go the link. It still don't let me. Oh, I can pin it now. YouTube finally fixed that, man, where you couldn't pin your own link. Cool. All right, Frederick iPhone. All right, you got to turn off that YouTube. What's up with Frederick?
What's going on? This is Shazmo Patah.
Peace to you. Hello?
I'm still with you. I'm turning it down.
Oh, okay. What's up with it though?
Hey, just checking in. Well, not checking in. Joining the chat. Following along.
I heard that.
Get in where we get in.
Word up. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen.
For real.
Let me see. Now it's not my it wasn't my intent to argue that they parsed this in order to keep it from saying that it was Negroes in the land of Tamay. But everybody see this M. Albert after the Nahes. Sentences don't really start with an M. This is not the start of a sentence. This would be connecting this noun to this, making a particular noun phrase. But some could say, no, that ain't right. But I hear some type of noise popping up. Maybe you still got your YouTube open or something?
Yeah, I did. I had two volumes going.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got it now.
So again, this will be in a time period where you will be able to use an attestation like this to say that the Medjay possibly was an ethnonym for some people Egyptians relied on to fight off Asiatics. If we go to Harkuf, autobiography, is it the autobiography of Harkuf? He had to go get them Nubians too. And he gonna say something like the same thing. Well, let's see. They say he had to go get some Negroes to fight the Asiatics. See, that's weaponization. Shout out to Brendan. What's up with you? Let me see. Autobiography of Harkuf translations. I'm going to go to osiris.net. Here we go. Now, he going to say something similar. I'm not going to read. Excuse me. The entire text, our focus is on when they start getting beef, how did they handle it? Even before beef, it says here, His Majesty sent me a second time alone. I went by the way of Elephantini Road and returned via the land of Urthet. Now remember, the last dude had to go get the Urthet Negroes in order to settle some beef. He says, Makir and Teres of Urthet at the end of a voyage of 8 months. He talking about coming back from the south. I returned carrying tribute of this land in great numbers of the kind which nobody had ever brought to the black land before. It says Egypt, but that's an anachronism. I returned coming from the camp of the chief of Setu and Ertet after having explored this land. So he all in the south kicking it with the chiefs. He said, you will find no other soul companion, chief of the interpreters who had reached so far into the land of Yam before. So he was a chief of the interpreters. He must have knew different languages. It says, His Majesty sent me for a third time to the land of Yam. So he was going to the south and he's saying he knew the way. But watch what happened when the beef break out. This is the claim when they say he brought back a pygmy, and people try to use that to say stuff about slavery. So let me discredit that just by reading it right here. Because people be saying stuff, but they don't be reading the primaries. So they argue that when he seen Harkuf had to bring back a pygmy, but let's see what really happened. Similar to piece of sorry, what's up with it?
Before you go in, because I'm in my truck and I can't join today, but keep going in. You on their head, stay on their neck, no respect. Holla back, Medjay.
Thanks for tapping in. Hold up. All right. Now let's see what really happened. Seal of the king himself, 2nd year of his reign, 3rd month of the season, Aket, 15th day, royal decree to the sole companion, lector, priest, chief of the interpreters, Harkuf. I have acquainted myself with the words of your letter, which you addressed to the king in the palace to inform me that you have traveled in peace to the land of Yam, with the army which accompanied you. You said in your letter that you were to bring back all sorts of presents, important and beautiful, which Hathor, the lady of Ammon, whatever I-M-A-O-U, Ammon, whatever, Ammon, whatever, gave for the Ka of the king of Upper Egypt, Upper and Lower Egypt, Neferkara, may he live eternally and forever. You also said in your letter that you will bring back a pygmy for the dances of the gods and come from the land of the inhabitants of the horizon is similar to the pygmy. That word is in pygmy in the Medu Neter. It's ding. Similar to the pygmy which the treasurer of the god, Bawarjed, or dead, brought back from Punt in the time of the king Isis. You also say to the majesty, never before has such a ding or a pygmy been brought back by any of those who have visited the land of Yam. It is said that each year you accomplish that with your royal witches and praises. You pass your days and nights. Let me see. All right, there we go. This is what he's going to start addressing the pygmy. And he's going to tell him because there's just too much extra reading. He starts here. You can read it. It don't say nothing that contradicts anything. But it starts here. Come back then to the north, to the residence. Leave everything and bring with you the pygmy which you have brought from the land of the inhabitants of the horizon. This is really from the land of the spirits of the horizon. So he kind of like, he's from one of their ancient lands. Look what he says, alive, in good health, and strong, so that he may dance for the gods and make cheerful and rejoice in the heart of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Neferkara. May he live eternally. Now he's going to start talking about how to care for the ding brother. It says, if you come with him in a ship, set well-advised men about him on both sides of the boats and take care that he does not fall in the water. Now, y'all can say, well, hold up, them just guards, bruh. But let's keep reading. If he lies down to sleep during the night, have wise men to sleep beside him in a tent and go check 10 times in the night. Because my majesty wishes to see the pygmy more than any of the tributes of the Sinai or Punt. If he mean, I don't want all that gold. I need him to do this god dance that they said earlier. If you reach the residence and the pygmy is with you, alive and in good health and in strong, my majesty will do great things for you.
more important than those which were done for the treasurer of the god Ba-ur-Ra in the time when the king Isis, according to the desire which my majesty had to see this famous Pygmy. Orders have been sent to the chief of the new town, sole companion, and the stewards of the priests to command that victuals be taken by care in every warehouse, town, and every temple and city with no exception. Now that don't read as carefully as the Metal Netra do, but you can still see they saying, look, man, make sure he back, happy, and cheerful so that he can do the God dance. So now I'll be trying to imagine old stuff, and I'm imagining I'm in the habitat that this brother lived in ancient times. And hella people came rolling through, looking royal like a king, and they like, oh, the king, we taking you back. I obviously know I'm not about to like that, because I got a family, all kind of stuff over there. You not just grabbing me saying you taking me to do a dance for the king, homie. But if it was some type of thing where I had to be made happy so that I could do the dance, then I'll be like, I need this, I need this. I'm about to go get my wife now, and we out. But that has to be reconciled by others. We came here to see when the beef broke out. So let's talk about it, when he had to go Harkuf.
Smash.
What's up with it?
Can I guess I don't want to speculate, but only primary source I would have would be the Narmer palette.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that Narmer, when he went to war, he had the Twa ahead of him. And could it have been, from what you just read, could it have been that when they gathered this army together and they want that particular southern ally, and could it be possible that the people, there could have been, and this is speculation on my part, could have been the understanding that the Twa people were kind of like a majestic people, and when they did rituals, things came to pass. And because it seemed like, not as a slave, but it seemed like the visor said, yes, let's go down and get our allies. And then to please the king or the Nesut, he also possibly said, and we will bring a Twa to do the sacred dance, so we can have favor with the quote unquote, I'll say universe or gods,
Well,
win that war.
think about it. That wasn't how it actually went down. At that part, Harkuf had said it was on his way to get all that tribute and stuff, remember? And he came across a tribe of them people or whatever, one of them brothers. And then he sent a letter back saying, look, man, the Ding brothers who know how to do the God dance, I seen one of them. And His Majesty replied, forget all the other stuff you're going to get. Just bring back one of them brothers so they can do the God dance. Make sure he can't fall off the boat. Make sure he happy so that he will perform the certain particular dance. And I guess it was an ancestral dance, as he called him one from the place of the spirits of the horizon.
Okay, so this was the Harkuf letter you just read.
Yeah, we're reading into that now. And this is the portion right here that I came to. Now, when Pepe had sent, or whoever sent, it was Pepe, when he sent Weni, they had war with the Asiatic sand dwellers. Let's read what happened right here on Harkuf. He did, who went for Marenra. So it says, I shall make haste with the name of the land of, with a man from the land of Yam, so which is in the south. It says, so they, His Majesty Mar-Enra, my royal lord, shall know that when I went to the land of Timahu, or Timhu, they're talking about the land of Temeh,
This is be equated to southern Libya. He says, I went to the land of Temu, following the chief of the land of Yam. So let's slow down for a minute. He wasn't leading the chief of the land of Yam. He went to Temeh following the chief of the land of Yam. Now what it says, after have given satisfaction to the celebrating chief, so what happened? Let's listen to that. He said, because they fighting right here. So he says, my royal lord, thou shalt know that I went to the land of Timahu, following the chief of the land of Yam. After having given satisfaction to this celebrated chief. So what did that mean? That mean they fought, or he pacified him, is what the ancient Egyptians say. He brought him Hotep. But some say that's satisfied, some say that it's pacified. So he pacified the chief, however that happened. The chief was hot trying to fight the Timahu. He like, we got some other people to fight. But watch this. I returned via the south of the land of Urthet. Just remember, that's another tribe as stated by Weni on the other one. He said the Urthet Negroes. The north of Setu, and I met the chief of Urthet, Setu Wawat. Now we really got issues. Setu, Taseti, or they said an area called Setu. Urthet, at one point, previously, Urthet had its own tribe. They didn't mention Setu, and Wawat had its own tribe. But what are they telling us here? He says the southlands of Urthet, the north of Setu, and I met the chief of Urthet, Setu, and Wawat. Not the three chiefs. So that means that at this time, they starting to unify. But we seeing that he down there meeting with these chiefs, and he even followed one and pacified him into a war with some Libyan brothers. It says, I returned with 300 donkeys bearing the incense, ebonies, hakah perfume, grain, panther skins, elephant tusks, many boomerangs, all kind of beautiful good presents. When the chief of Urthet Setu Wawat saw how strong and numerous were the troops of the land of Yam, not my troops. God, y'all gotta listen to this, bro. They be these dudes. So y'all, I hope everybody listening can see how this is going down. He went south, and he followed the chief of Yam, a straight southerner, to the land of Temeh. He pacified him, however. Maybe he fought with him against the Timahu. Maybe he said, stall that out. Let's just go back and kick it. Now, because it says he pacified him, or he satisfied to this celebrated chief. I returned via the south to the land of Urthet, north of Setu, and I met the chief of Urthet, Setu, and Wawat. Those are all southern Nubian areas. It says, I returned with all the stock that he said, and then when the chief of Urthet, Setu, Wawat saw how strong and numerous were the troops of the land of Yam. Now it says here, troops of the land of Yam, not my troops in the land of Yam. But he is boasting that his, for the lack of better words, Nahesi or Nubian army is getting them all this privilege in the south. So he says, numerous were the troops of the land of Yam returning with me towards the residence, marching in the company of the army which had been sent with me. He handed over to be given to me bulls, goats, and guided me through the way of the hills of Urthet because of the skill and vigilance which I had shown, more than any other companion, chief of the interpreters, former envoy of the land of Yam. God. Envoy of the land of Yam, not envoy of Egypt. Are we seeing? Let me make it bigger on the screen because people think I'm reading it a certain way. The former envoy to the land of Yam. Then the servant followed the course of the river as far as the residence, and it was arranged that the prince, sole companion, steward of the two halls of libation, 2 halls of libation. Came to meet with me at the ships loaded with date wine, cakes, bread, and beer, the princess. Well, now we see his interactions with these Nubians that also involved him pacifying them and then being able to get tribute from another chief because he came back with a large troop of, in the biblical terms, Yamites. Yamites. People who descend from Yam. Now look, it says an area located in the modern day Sudan. So we're in the times when the Medjay could be looked at as a people group. After the 11th dynasty, it becomes a time when people say Medjay or Medjay becomes synonymous with the police. But what they really were, go ahead.
Not to cut your wisdom. Keep.
No,
keep
we here, we building. Go ahead.
Yeah. For the chat or for the people, at this particular time of the article or the attestation that you're referring to, can you put a map up to show those locations of those tribes or those cities?
Yep, I know who got a good one.
Yeah, so people can see where they
see.
are in reference to what we so call.
I'm gonna go to YouTube, Aaron, A-A-R-N-D, Aaron DeSosa, and he has one video with a really good map on there showing it for anyone. It's this video or lecture. I hope you are you seeing my YouTube screen?
I'm seeing everything. I got three.
Right.
I'm connected 3 ways.
All right, so I'm about to go to this map. He got it right here. Let me see. Right here. That's the best layout I've seen of it. So you can see it's color coded to the right? And notice here, even what his map contradicts a little bit of what I'm saying. So let's look at the land of Medjay, and we could clearly see even he broke it down. Because look, yellow is the land of Medjay, right? Where the Medjay are. Don't we see this red line which indicates the border of Egypt? We can clearly see the yellow circle. Some of it is inside of the borders, modern borders of Egypt, which is to argue that there would be some, just like all of the Nubians, I mean, not all of the Southerners, but there would be some that did fall inside of the borders of Egypt. But yeah, for I bet, as we see here, he has this over here to the east of Elephantine in the eastern desert. For Lower Nubia, Wawat, which they were talking about, that's actually inside of the borders of Egypt. But as stated by Aaron DeSosa, who's one of the leading modern day Nubiologists. And he has a Kush, which I told people we probably shouldn't confuse Kush with Nubia, because if we talking about Lower Nubia, it don't involve Kush at all. We're talking about Wawat. So if we say Nubia and Kush the same thing, nah, you can say that about Upper Nubia, but not all of Nubia. But at different time periods, this would change. And so this is probably about, I know he's going, this is either Old Kingdom-ish or 11th Dynasty-ish. You know what I'm saying? But look, notice the whole gray is Taseti, the land of the bow. And I'm pretty sure everybody see the whole gray go well up into Egypt and well down into Sudan. So Taseti, I mean, you can't take the Nubians out of Egypt. It just don't make no sense. But did that map help?
Sometimes I feel like an
I
imposter.
can clarify things.
Yeah. Yup. So why would they say stuff like Asiatic sand dwellers? They just was really talking about Bedouins. It wasn't really all the way used as a pejorative. But I never heard them say many good things about those people. When some argue that Nubia does have etymological roots in a real word, it's not by direct connection, but it may be a default that the N and the B in Nubia still goes back to the gold of the ancient Egyptian word for Nubia, or for the area, which was actually Noob. NB. It was Noop. Had to do with gold, not Negroes. Feel me? It had to do with gold. As we see, the gold chain that they call the neck piece or the Egyptian collar piece, now we just take some gold and put a medallion on it. But that's ancestral too. They had to go to Noop to get the gold. Y'all can feel free to click the link. I know I've been frying the Mediterraneans hard lately. Well, it ain't no big deal. It's a Sunday morning, huh? Let me see. Ain't it? Yeah. Some football. What's going on? Football, maybe. So before Egypt, to lay out this maps just like Aaron DeSocia did it, I did my own. Now, let's look at the map and notice that my map don't go too much up higher than probably the 11th nome of Upper Egypt. Right? So this is all the south, everything we're looking at. This is the part people don't understand. And I'm limiting Thai Seti. I'm limiting the size of Thai Seti. Because Aaron DeSocia had it going way further down. But the part people fail to understand is this. Way before Egypt, and long before Kemet. All right, Egypt, you can't give it no time before 800 BC. That word Egyptos was not in the world not too long before 800 BC. It wasn't in the world. No one ever said it. Then the word Kemet had never been used to say the entire area before the 12th dynasty. I can pull 2 attestations in the 12th song. Word up. I can pull 2 attestations of the next of the 12th dynasty with Kemet. We read one yesterday where Kemet wasn't all of Egypt, and it's one more, and we'll look at that one today. So what we see here in yellow is Thai Seti, which existed before Egypt. Before Kemet, before 3100 BC, before the unification of Tawi, the two lands. So, I'm going to say something. Tawi is the unification of upper and lower. The black land in the juxtaposition to the red land and them being brought together, having rule over both, is the difference between the interior and the exterior, or the innermost portions and the outermost portions. And the last one was Tawi, upper low, and then there's one. Oh, and then when you're talking about particularly over the black land, a lot of the times are over the river, basically from both sides. We would talk about Ajeb, or the two banks, or Akim, or Jakim, one of the terms that Brother Chris had brought out. But the two banks. So the left bank and the right bank. So we got upper and lower. We got inner and outer. And we got left and right with the two banks. Because they never say Amenta and Abet for the east and west. That's only signified to me by the two banks. The left bank, the right bank. which is in opposite position of up and south, up and, you know, up and down. All right. So this is all before Egypt. Now, why I got a question mark down here? Because long into, it was only Mentuhotep, if you ask me, who let people know who these people was down here, or at least the family, the occurrences that happened during his family's rule. Ancient Egyptians didn't know who was down here. Maybe some of the Nubians who was here before Tasseti did. Why am I saying that? Because if you go look at old Kerma culture, the newest studies on the newest Kerma extractions, I don't know why Dr. Bonobo was lying like I never read it, but the newest survey on the Kerma extractions show that the Pangrave culture that they thought started in a certain area was actually part identical to Kerma burial culture. So if they was burying themselves the same and putting the same items in their graves, then they was possibly part of the same culture. So then time progresses, and we get the formation of the Egyptian Nakata. The formation of what would lead to be what they call ancient Egypt. It starts, but it don't start the way people think. Now, if you can see how far down the map I am, we'd be able to understand how people misuse the statement north and south in reference to how Egypt was formed. Maria Gatto is the scholar who straightens that out. Yeah, it was north against south, but that was all in the south. You see what I'm saying? Like your city got a north and the south too, don't it? But your city could be in the north anywhere. See, your city. What I'm saying is your city is in the south, and then the battle of north and south within your city would not encompass the north and south of your whole state. That's just a way to understand how the north and south, y'all messing that up. Let me say something in particular, absolute statement that you probably think Wiki could debunk. All right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna put myself out there. The battle between North and South in ancient Egypt. Oh, let me think before I say this. It necessarily did. It most 100% did not necessarily transpire in the Delta. Actually, I'll go further to say the battle between North and South, and I got facts on this, it didn't even transpire between Upper and Lower Egypt. We think it did. That's what we messed up. That's what everything that seems synonymous, like North and South and up and down, they don't all link up. Just because it's North and South don't mean that it was all the way the most northern point of Egypt. It just was about the 8th nome of Egypt fighting with the 1st nome of Egypt when we got 42 nomes going in succession downstream. Can we understand that? I hope that next slide helps us understand. But the time period of this slide, as we see here, is about before 3100 BC. They wasn't fighting up in the no damn Mediterranean. The beef was all right here. Now let's look at this next slide. George Reisner A group was from Tasseti. If you look at the map, the place is called Combe Ombo. Combe Ombo. Ombo is gold. Combe is like the location, the place, it's an archaeological site, like a tail extraction. The place of gold, Combe Ombo. which is said in the ancient Egyptian. That's not ancient Egyptian. That's like some Arabic or something. I don't know. I don't need to know that. That's the modern name of it. If you like going there today. But the ancient Egyptians called it Nubwet. So let's be clear. Nubwet ain't Nubia. But I also have mounted an argument that it's not completely erroneous to say that there may be some etymological roots to the term Nubia. Because it's the same location. You got the N and the B, but you got a wet after it, which might be an E-a later. Now in the Greek, but now I'm not doing that. What I would like us to see clearly is that the first nome of Egypt lines up with the A group Nubians. Y'all don't see that? So A group, Nubian A group, look where that's at. All right, that's right, all in Egypt, down a little bit to the Second Cataract. Now during the Old Kingdom, it would look more like this. I'm doing a lot of talking ship, so if y'all feel like, we kind of cooking on the Saturday morning, but if y'all feel like hitting the link, hit the link. Don't be shy. Now, at this portion of time in the Old Kingdom, this is what this is. The lighter yellow static circle represents the new formation of the Kingdom of Egypt, which would go all the way up to the Delta. But let me go back, and I might have to show y'all some sources if y'all don't believe me. When I said that this X, let me prove it with other sources. I'm going to pop out of my presentation, go to the known map. Known map, Egypt. All right, who y'all think, who did they say founded Kemet? Who unified Egypt? I'm going to help some people say Narmer, right? We look at the Narmer Palace. Shout out to Shemsu. Now, where do they say Narmer was from? This about to checkmate hella people. First, I'm going to zoom out the map so we can see the entire map. I'm going to zoom it really far out just so we can see the entire lotus flower of the Nile. Somebody says south. Shemsu says south, but let's be more particular. No Google. If you don't know it, let the next person teach you. So where was Narmer from? Nobody say Narmer was like a Nubian, do we? Where was he from? Somebody say Ta-Nehesi, that's close. They don't really know, but what do they propose? They're going to say that he was down with this group I'm about to show us. It's a particular confederacy. Let's see if I'm wrong or not. The Thainite Confederacy, is that right or wrong? The Thainite Confederacy is the Egyptological term for the hypothesized tribal confederation in ancient Egypt. It is thought to have preceded the full unification of Upper Egypt in 3100 BC. The leaders of the Thainite Confederacy were most likely tribal nobles. Based on the city of Thinis, the Thinis Confederacy would later be incorporated into the combined state known as Upper and Lower Egypt. Let's see if they say Narmer was part of the Thainite Confederacy. People try to say, see, Narmer came from Thinis. Somebody might need to mute out their background. Peace to you. Let's see if they do say Narmer was part of that. Yep, all right, look. A tribal confederate whose leader, Menes, or Narmer, united Egypt and was first pharaoh. So let's go take this information and put it on a map. to show how people don't understand the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. Look what Thinis is, way down here. Y'all see that where I'm highlighting in the blue trying to right now? Right there. Damn. Hold up. Y'all see it. Right there. Thinis. So let's look at what we think about Egypt. They do this a lot. People can't see it. I can make it more evident. It's right here. Y'all see what's moving on the screen? All right, hold up. Right here. But hopefully it'll stay blue. There. That's Upper. Cats didn't know the battle between North and South started in the South and was all in the South. It's like North Oakland fighting South Oakland. Ain't no South Oakland. I was just forced to say it. I mean, you know, ain't nothing called South Oakland. Downtown, then is the water. So, do y'all see that? Or am I tripping? I'm going to make the map bigger. Narmer was from Thinis. Now, guess what's going to make you feel even more crunchy? Not you. So I got to go. I got to leave all this Mediterranean shit out of it. Out of the unification because we way down here. Now, guess what happened? People think Narmer said, I'm going to make it Egypt. And he started going up and beating up everybody up here, huh? That ain't what happened either. The material culture shows us that, first of all, let me put out the givens. Then this is still a hypothetical. This location has never been found. All right? So if anybody tried to tell you Narmer was from here, they kind of put that on thick. The closest we got is Abydos, where the Narmer palette was also found, right? Y'all can look that up, but it's close to that. Abydos. So that's the 8th cataract. I mean, 8th dynasty. 8th nome, excuse me. Look. Narmer now, let me go to Maria Gatto now. The material culture shows us that the North this is upper and this is lower. These is the fight between these people right here, and here go Nakata to prove it. And these people down here had nothing to do with none of these people up here. But how did it later? I'm going to show you. What Maria Gatto teaches is that, and she's one of the leading archaeologists on it right now. The Nakadians, who we said would be associated with Thinis and the original founders of Egypt, they went south first. I repeat, the material evidence shows us that they went south first. So that's really cutting out everything on the map about Egypt that you don't see in this shot. It ain't even relevant in the unification of Egypt. Until the fight between Nakata and Kom Ombo, just for this map, was settled. The real terms would possibly be, I wouldn't know who they was. The people of Nehesi, and we don't know, they had no state name yet. That they tribe, the best we could say, Shimsu Heru. Because that's on their tribal totems on the Narmer palette. Against these dudes. Now, whatever happened, they unified. As everybody tell you, it was the unification. And then they went north. Nakata, nome number 5, yo. And nome number 1 is your upper and lower. Look at all this other map. So we need to see some sources to prove that. Even though I cited them all, I probably got it in audio from Maria Gatto. So let's listen. You know I like this the best part of my show because I'm not gonna just say it. I'm about to give you that homework. Then we're gonna take a break. Let me see. So here is Cultural Entanglement at the Dawn of Civilization by Maria Gatto.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Nakata culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE.
You can't hear it very
During the
well.
previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense.
I gotta reshare the audio with the Zoom. I know YouTube was like, you could hear it, but I didn't share the audio with the Zoom.
My bad. Okay.
No, yeah. No,
Peace
you
to you,
good.
family. Just showed up. I'm gonna be quiet, man. Just wanted to give you, pay tribute, pay respect to the Medjay, man.
Man, you in here. Whenever you got to say is good. All right, I'm about to play this. Now let's start that over. And she's going to make a lot of strong points with every sentence she makes. This isn't her speaking. I took her writing and popped it directly into the AI. You can just read this document in Cultural Entanglement in the Dawn of Civilization. To make it more digestible for my viewership, I pop it in the AI.
The distinction between an Egyptian and a Nubian identity is something connected to the rise of the Nakata culture in the first half of the 4th millennium BCE. During the previous millennium, such a distinction would have not made sense. As previously stated, the Tarifian, Badarian, and Tazian cultures of Middle and Upper Egypt have strong ties with the Nubian Nilotic pastoral tradition, as can be inferred, for instance, by the very similar pottery, economy, and settlement pattern, and by the latest findings in the deserts surrounding the Egyptian Nile Valley. Gatto, 2011b, 2012a-b, 2013. The creation of the Egyptian identity was instrumental for justifying political power and had as a consequence the creation of the ancient Egyptian concept of duality, Egypt in opposition to the others, which, in a boundary region such as that of the Nile First Cataract, would have been strongly and consistently challenged, particularly during a period of important socio-political changes as the pre-dynastic. The earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north.
Now, did it not say what I just said? The first evidence of the Nakata culture, which is ancient Egypt, started at about Abydos. Remember? Then it moved south and then north. I gotta rerun that. Checkmate.
And IB comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north. Particularly, the earliest evidence of the Nakata culture, phases IA and IB, comes from the area of Abydos, and from there it moved first south and then north, south of Nakata and down till the Dhaka-Sayala region of Lower Nubia. The earliest evidence is dated to Enek, c. 3700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent.
So she just gave y'all handlebars. She like way back 3700 BC, bruh. Them people went south first, kicked it for some hundreds of years, then went up and conquered. She didn't say kicked it for some hundreds of years. But the unification happened at 3100 BC, they say. So let's listen.
Settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley, 700 BCE. Regrettably, archaeological evidence of human settlement during the 5th millennium along the Egyptian Nile Valley is rare and inconsistent, contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Nakata culture.
Damn.
As previously stated...
Which direction was the culture spread? It is consistent with the southward spread of the Nakata culture. Dang, cats is so pseudo. They don't research nothing. They just get on YouTube trying to discredit Black Africa. And they don't think we well-versed enough to make them look silly. So she's saying that the line of demarcation then at the highest point would be this Abydos. As she mentioned, the culture was there, but it was Nakadians. So that's 8 And Thinis is within the nome of number 8 as they propose. Then they got Nakata at number 5. They went south. We need to hear it over and over. Why? Because people going to sit there and deny this. So let's listen.
Contrary to what is recorded in the deserts. Unless covered by Nile silt, in the region under discussion, the development of a long-term occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Nakata culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Nakata means migration of people from the north, colonization and domination of the local communities.
Hold on, she is busting y'all Mediterranean shit up. So the arrival of this Nakata culture right here in the 5th cataract, way down here, it's, as previously mentioned, that ain't got nothing to do with no people migrating from the north. I just had to put my English on it. Let her say it nicer.
Culture.
Now you might, boy dropped his own bomb. What's up with tall guy Heru?
Had to do it, fam. You killing it. Keep cooking, fam. Keep cooking.
Word up. I'm about to bring her back because she's saying it scientifically. Listen.
Occupation appears to be in concurrence with the southward spread of the Nakata culture. As previously stated, it is highly unlikely that the arrival of Nakata means migration of people from the north, colonization and domination of the local communities. The interaction sphere model helps in interpreting the process as a possible spread of an ideological system based on a shared set of beliefs and practices on both personal and public levels. The Nakata material culture being accessible to many people, as it is suggested by the common finding of Nakata items in villages and cemeteries, has probably functioned as a marker of social group identity. Economic factors were probably a major key point for the Nakata group to include the South into its sphere of interaction, and a super-regional Nakata identity definitely facilitated trade. Power was probably the other key factor. In fact, the ideological system also included religious beliefs and practices that were used by the emerging elites to mobilize exotic items and develop a prestige goods system, which in turn helped justifying their power. Highly ritualized places, such as Kas S1 or Nag el Hamdulab, may have been used as loci for displaying and straightening Nakata ideological power. Even though in the region there is no data available for the 5th millennium, what seems to be the oldest funerary evidence, found at Shalal, is related to the Nubian tradition and likely predates the arrival of Nakata in the region. Certainly, the bulk of the archaeological record from the 4th millennium is related to the Nakata culture, but a small Nubian component is always present in many aspects of the material culture, such as pottery and lithic. However, Nubian-related objects, particularly black-mouthed vessels, are much more common in the funerary sphere than in the domestic one. Giving for granted the Nubian tradition was the one settled in the area before the arrival of the Nakata one, the strong presence of Nubian objects in the graves suggests a willingness by the local population to keep their identity mainly in the funerary symbolic realm.
Hold on. Which tradition was settled in the era year before which one? The Nubian tradition was settled in the area before the Nakata tradition. Like, come on, man. What's the matter with people? And one tradition grew out of another? Yes, we know that.
Suggest a willingness by the local population to keep their identity mainly in the funerary symbolic realm. A similar reaction has been noticed in Upper Nubia during the New Kingdom Egyptian colonization and acculturation, when not only Nubian identity markers were present in graves, but they were mainly present in graves of women, St. Smith 2003. Hybrid objects, such as the Nakata red-polished bowls with a milled rim, which is typically a Nubian marker, are recorded in the domestic sphere. Interestingly enough, it is an Egyptian object that is reconceptualized through the addition of the Nubian rim-top decoration to create a material entanglement, as defined by Stockhammer, 2012, 46, 48. There are also elements, such as the animal burials in the human cemeteries, and the great amount of shale-tempered vessels, locally produced, which are neither Egyptians nor Nubians, giving to the local cultural material style uniqueness compared to the two original identities. The ritual sphere is probably the most articulated because not only relates to group identity, but represents also the rising Egyptian central power ideology. Elements from both traditions show up, and this is clearly visible not only at Cass S1, but...
She already killed him. We're going to take a little break. I'll play that song right there by request, and then we're going to get right back into it. Look, y'all. Feel free to click the link, whatever your opinion. Don't trip. Let's get the show popping. Thank you, Tall God, Hey Rue, and who else is here? My man, Frederick, for clicking, and we about to listen to the song and then get right back to it. Let me see. Where that go? Here it go.
Yeah. DQ, baby. Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha pattern some leather, ink and a feather. I pen some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll up my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leaves foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabins. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Curl Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole on my dean. I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stats how I'm passing y'all asses. Catch me on the lake chillin' laughing. Everlasting, my mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the Lolo. The chicks should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah-da-down, blah-da-down. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent the text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo.
Yeah, and I hit the photo. That was kind of hot. Shout out to DQ Hampton. You know what I'm saying? Go and hit that link, man. Get beat up. How's it go? How's it go? How's it go? So I said Nakian was the third cataract. I was right. That's when they say Heraclinopolis. I don't like saying that. I'll just say Nakian. What's this Hera stuff? Hercules. Hercules is the other one. So we got Herminopolis, which they give that to Herms, which is, you know, Tahuti. But they doing their names wrong. I don't like when the Greeks mess that up like that. See, somebody said something about what man, I'm getting my talkership up. What's up with y'all? Oh, there go Alan Flagg. What's up with y'all? I'm talking too much. James, come host. My daughter bumping some music in the other room. I'm trying to see what's up. Frederick, you there? Tall, you there?
Here all day.
Y'all want
I see y'all.
go on and chime in or something? Yeah.
I see Abjeware in the building. Come on, join the panel. See what's up. It's all love around here. Yeah, but the information is solid. From what I see, what I hear, what little bit of knowledge I have on the subject, with a little bit of studies with the meta nature. I did have a question, and I guess I'm gonna pose it to Unc because he would probably know better than I would know. Where is Wujau? I kind of reached out to him a few months ago, but I never heard back.
He ain't. I think he withdrew from the community.
For real?
It appears.
Okay. With a little bit of study.
Somebody need to mute the mic.
Oh, yeah, somebody got to mute something probably, but I don't hear no interference.
I don't either. Yeah. So he withdrew. Okay. All right. I was just curious about that. I hope him and his daughters are doing well, but I wish him well. So keep cooking.
Where we at? What about you, Tall Hyru? You want to add something? Peace to Brother Flag. You in the building? Oh, you can't hear me. Brother Flag in the building? Two people waiting to enter.
Brother Flag in the building.
Him and his daughters are doing well.
Peace to you. And who is Zoom user? I got you. I got my finger on the trigger ready to get you up out of here.
Peace. Can y'all hear me, family?
Hold on. Who is Zoom user? Oh, that's you, Neil. Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Yeah, let me turn down my TV. Hey, real brief, Jonathan, I wanted to ask you before y'all go on, you had made a statement. I was trying to get on. I couldn't get on. But you had made a statement earlier how they went back south and then they went up north like at 3,700. But my question to you, if the Egyptologists try to come up with the date 31, that's 600 years before the unification. We know Narmer didn't live 600 years. So what's going on there?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. What she said was you could find Nakata material culture spreading south starting at about 3,700. Narmer wasn't around like you pointing out. Whoever that was said, come on, we got to go back now. We got to do something and go south. Said it for a reason, and I don't think that they was. We don't propose that it was a 600-year war or nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so that's just a very good point that you pointed out. But overall, that was Maria Gatto, and her document was the cultural entanglement document that she wrote. I can read the title. The title is, let me see.
Hey, no, don't worry about it. Hey, Jonathan, last but not least, I'm about to go. I got to get out of here. I'm about to go up to the mountains. I finished Theophile, you know what I said today. So I'm very excited to start your book today.
Have some fun with that.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all have a good day.
Word up. Thanks for the support.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Brother Flag?
Hotep smash.
Hotep.
Gotta take me to that bow range when I come up there and see you, man.
Oh yeah, you might want to get your elementary practice in. You got a bow already?
Oh yes, sir.
Oh,
yes,
you already get it in then?
Not as much as I like to because my yard's too small.
Yeah, I haven't been shooting. I haven't been practicing as well. Probably like a year. My bow, I just put some wax on my string so that it won't go bad, and it's been sitting there. But it's like riding a bicycle. You can hop right back on it, and in one session you shooting cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love target shooting, and I used to do a lot of marksmanship, but it got too expensive, and I still wanted to hit a target from a distance. So archery is a lot less expensive if you just like hitting targets to see if you could touch something for really. I shot a fly before. People don't believe me, but I shot a fly with a small caliber, not a 22, but it was like a BB gun, maybe a .77 caliber or whatever. And
Jed Clamper.
Say what?
You and Jed Clamper.
What's Jed Clamper? Oh no, seriously.
Hillbilly.
No, I got somebody witnessed it. So we was in my backyard. It was only like 30 feet away on my shed, and I had a scope. And I just was testing my scope out with this little BB gun. And I was like, man, I can see a fly with this scope. And I was like, and the fly had just landed. And I was like, I'm gonna see if I can shoot I shot, bro. We went and looked at the shed. It was a splatter fly on the shed. And I was like, wow, now that right there, that's like Mr. Miyagi with the chopsticks, you know what I'm saying? But with the archery, it's really fun, and some of the skills are, they're the type of skills that make you get in touch with yourself. You got to worry about your breathing, your some eyesight, and even how you lining up things that are at a distance.
Smash.
What's up with it?
Don't forget, you got to worry about that bow tap. You better be careful with that string when it go across your arm.
Oh, since ancient times, I think it was the Nubians who actually invented the wrist guard. So these items would actually be found in Pangrave burials. They would put their wrist guard and their thumb. You put something on your thumb because you don't want to start getting the callous thumb.
Right.
And so we could find them on. Certain people got buried with their thumb ring on, which was the archer's vice or whatever.
That's crazy. I never knew that. That what we call the bow, I can't think of the name of it, that we hold the bow string back and release it, that releaser, whatever it's called.
The trigger?
Yeah, the trigger. I can't believe that goes all the way back to ancient Nubia.
It was in the form of a thumb ring, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, you think it's cheating by using that little sight on the string?
Nah, that's any technology we would have wanted or had, we would have used. Some people like to go back to primitive bows and archery just to show a certain type of a skill. That's fine. But all people at all times wanted the most advanced and the best technological, in most instances at least, weaponry.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if they had it with a sight, if they thought of that, they would have been using it.
Sure.
But to be fair though, well, just to say, I started out as a kid with the primitive, the regular bow, like that, the Indian bow,
Yeah, exactly.
the Native American. But then when I got my compound bow, well, I first tried it in the store, and I used that little sight. At first, I was talking junk. Oh, I've shot a bow before. Let me try that. That traditional bow, and I shot all over top of the hay bale. And it was an indoor range. And then he was like, well, let's try this. And I tried the compound bow. And I said, what's this little sight thing? He said, look through that. And then I hit the target, but that bowstring hit the side of my forearm. And I cussed his ass out because I was
He didn't tell you? He didn't give you no wrist guard?
No.
Oh, that was a setup. I know you threw the bow damn near, huh? Like, that hurt like hell. So tell me what it felt like. I mean,
Ooh, felt like somebody took a whip and smacked the shack out of me.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah, it left a bruise too.
I can imagine.
He called it a bow tie.
Yeah, you got that bow tie.
Yeah.
Nah, that might have discouraged you. Well, I ain't never shot one without a wrist guard or a trigger.
No, I'm saying I never let it hit my arm again. I shot again. I bought two bows.
Yeah.
But then when I used that sight, and he thought when I hit my arm and it still hit the target, he thought that was a fluke. And then I did it again without hitting my arm, and boom. But the amazing part for the Nubians is how they were so deadly without a sight. That's amazing.
Yeah, hey Haskell, bows and arrows, that's just a hobby. Like I got remote control cars too. And I play video games because sometimes I need leisure to spend my leisure time however I want. I got friends that golf. I'll be like, dang, I mean, I ain't against golfing, but it ain't like you're getting the same thing you get when you play hoop. When you play hoop, you're doing something trivial too, but you're getting the workout.
Oh, you getting the real workout, yeah.
You feel me? So it's cool to have. I'm not against that, yo. I think we wasn't made to just work all the time. You're supposed to have a goal in life and be working towards that goal. But we've been forced to work just to maintain our lives.
Well, you know what they say?
Go ahead.
All work and no play makes Jonathan a sad boy.
You feel me? Oh, I'm not with that. I mean, pursuit of happiness is why this nation was established. That's in the Constitution. Pursuit of happiness, yo. Whatever make you chill, go on and do it. Stop tripping.
Life, liberty. That's right.
Yeah.
Freedom.
On that golfing.
Why would they write pursuit of happiness in the Constitution?
Exactly. Why would they? Because that's what they wanted us to do.
You feel me?
If we not considered second class, but I ain't gonna go there. But
well, you know, I ain't considered second class, so yeah, we don't need to go there. They was trying to make that be, but yeah. Somebody was about to say something. I think I cut you off. Was that you, Flag?
Yeah, I was just trying to tell you that I got a strong hatred for golf and golfing, and it goes back to what golfing has been used for in this country. Golf is the 1%ers playground, and that's for the non-labor force. They go out there and walk around and make all these deals, and that's what it's been utilized for. To the extent that everywhere you got a United States Army base, normally you have a expanded area around that for golfing. Dr. Clark used to talk about the fact that he used to caddy for Dwight Eisenhower.
General.
And he said he didn't like it because he was a poor tipper. But I've seen golf from my childhood, strictly white men thing, where a lot of brothers was trying to break in, and one brother even built his own golf course. To the fact when Tiger Woods came in, they opened up and they tried to get my kids in it, but I had such a so prejudiced against it. But our neighbor's kid got in it. She's in her 30s, late 30s now, but she was able to, through golfing, get a college scholarship that paid for her college. And so
it's just a sport is a sport. You feel me?
How is that a sport, walking around?
Nah, it's still the same accuracy. Somebody can say how is shooting the bow and arrow a sport.
Well, it has a practical application for bow and arrow because you can hunt and survive with it.
Well, let's really get to the meaning of sport, though. This will be fun because I always seen it as taking a natural human function that would be applicable in war and then using it trivially. That's what I think sport is.
I agree.
You can kill something with that club, not to cut him off. You can kill somebody with that club.
A squirrel that run across your foot.
So let's think about that because I want to focus on that because if we can say that, I think to me, like I said, sport was defined as, anything that would be applicable in war that you are doing trivially. So let's name a sport that don't apply to that. Like, even soccer, like, being able to run fast and kick something and then hit a target. I mean, I'm not talking about modern day war where that's not applicable, but back in when it was, how about being able to high vote over fortress walls and stuff? Like, for real, though, I'm just saying, or being able to jump higher than the other army so much so that y'all just got a tactic where y'all just be jumping over their infantry. Now, I know it sounds a little bit like hyperbole, but that's actually kind of like what that is. That's why marksmanship is the sport of shooting. You know what I'm saying? And different things like that. But I don't know. I used to think they take all our best soldiers and just give them a sport.
Well,
it definitely.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just gonna say it definitely applies.
I was gonna say, be perfectly honest with you. We used to play miniature golf coming up, and my brother used to beat me so bad, so that left a scar. And then, but then when I tried actually to looking into golf, because they gave it at college, that you could, they had guys out there majoring in it. And I said, what the hell is this? When I got to Cal State Northridge, well, it was San Fernando Valley State then. But golf requires an extreme amount of concentration, and so it's really self mastery, in order to be a good golfer. But I just had this prejudice and this hatred for it because it represented to me, the purviewed area of the oppressor. And the Queen Mother, she wrote in Frances Cress Welsing's book, she talked about big balls and little balls, how black men mastered all the big balls, basketball, football, soccer, and a white man mastered the little balls, golf and pool. Just
That's fine.
I don't want to be racist. I can't comment.
I don't know. That just made me laugh. I just had to laugh. What else could I say?
First, I thought you were going at the pool table.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You don't play pool.
Yeah.
You guys haven't read Frances Cress Welsing's book?
Yeah, but I mean that ideology, I got it stored in my head as something to refer to, but I don't espouse it, like, you know what I'm saying.
Not an espouse. We just talking, right?
Yeah, I know, Yeah.
But that just goes to show you how you get things in your mind and it can stop you, because if I hadn't interfered with my kids taking advantage of all this promotion that they were doing to get black kids into golf and promoting Tiger Woods era, then could have saved me a lot of money.
Yeah, it definitely pays.
So what about ancient sports? I'm thinking about, like, what are the ancient sports we could think of? Racing, chariot racing,
wrestling.
All of these apply to war, and just doing it trivially. If you ask me, gladiators, even javelin throwing. Come on now, that's to throw a spear hella far.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, in your studies, Smash, have you found assertion or anything with the Kemetu of having sport per se? I mean, I know art, dancing and maybe chariot racing or something like that, but I haven't ever heard anything.
Yeah, we do. We got wrestling. We don't know if it was training. So I guess training led to sport, right? Because, like, first we got to train to get raw at something, but we're not really having a fight. But come on, let's have a fight so we could be good at having a fight. And then they just categorized that to see who was good at practicing. And then that probably just developed into sport. I'm just trying to think how sport came into being. You know what I'm saying?
I would think it would come being from the ruling class, because for so long in human history, we had to spend so much time just food, clothing, and shelter. I mean, you had to hunt all day, every day. I mean, I don't see where they had that leisure time.
Yeah, that came with the development of civilization. Because think about it, when we start developing artistic works, we got leisure time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so if they had time to paint the walls, somebody was like, I don't feel like painting the walls. But they still had leisure time. So they started doing something else, and they probably was doing something. I think, like I'm saying, if you practicing to be the rawest archer, we really ain't hunting, but you just shooting at a tree, then I say, that's good. I need to practice too. And I start shooting at a tree. A competition will eventually develop just by the human nature of man. We're going to be like, all right, I'm going to shoot at this. And eventually we're going to be like, let's go shoot at the tree. So this is what recreation, to me, is said it in the word. Somebody created something, right, at one point to maintain their time trivially. And then we call it recreation when we recreate that moment. Notice, recreation, we don't never go do something original. Now, someone could disagree, but normally what's called recreation? Basketball, you know what I'm saying? Like, so to me, I just be looking at it like, okay, somebody created it at one point, and now we got leisure time and we going out for some recreation. So we're going to go do something that somebody originally said, something that you should do in your leisure time. I know that's a drawn out analogy of it, but I've seen it that way for hella long. You know what I'm saying?
I know. I hear what you're saying, but just on my life experience, I haven't studied that, but I have worked as a recreational director for many years, and at a certain point, they were in Los Angeles. They wanted to include, they called it adaptive recreation, to make space for returning veterans with disabilities. And also they wanted to bring in mentally disabled populations into the public parks programs. So they came up with new games, and such as you go out to a baseball diamond and kickball, and then or baseball, but they call it play, so it had no rules. Well, yeah, it was fun for a minute with some of the mentally disabled, but it didn't last. It didn't work because I think fundamentally recreational activities are back to what you said about sport. I think sport came as a direct result of being prepared defensively, to be able to defend your territory and your space through archery and other activities. But the leisure component of it, I think, came about for the ruling class to have their board. So that's why you said somebody had to paint. Well, you come over here and paint for the rulers and get paid, so you don't have to work in the field. But the art came through just innate ability to create. So whether we were weaving a mat to lay on and sleep on, or our people, our women, were able to get creative with it. And so we're going to be creative with anything we touch. But recreation, I think, came as a direct part of being prepared, being to eat.
Yeah, I agree. And this is why real quick, this is why the Medjay developed into the Medjay too. It wasn't recreation, but they were forced to continue with the archery when the Egyptians figured out agriculture because of their environment, not because of thought train. But since they had a softer substrate, which would allow a floodplain to be carved out, they didn't have to keep on practicing archery. So then by the time when they had beef, they was like, oh man, we got to go to the shooters. You know what I'm saying? And this is what gave the name Tasseti, the land of the bow, which also could be translated as the land of the shooters. J Mill, what are we looking at here? J Mill just asked us to pull this up. I think it's pretty much in reference to something we had just mentioned about them training. Look, there they go.
That's exactly what I asked.
Yep, you feel me? They like, come on, boy, let's get it in. Let's practice. You feel me? And dude gets slammed right here, though.
They got sticks.
And then after that, since you're a chess player, don't forget about Senate.
Oh yeah, Senate, which would be probably a leisure war game or a competition of capturing armies or other pieces. I don't know if they were armies.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So
they got the same hairstyle almost as the Medjay.
So what would this be? A screamer? Nah, they fighting with the sticks though. What if they had to? Huh?
Yeah, they got a nunchuck.
Yeah. And I was gonna add about the golf club is almost shaped like not the pear-shaped mace, but the axe.
No. Look, he about to get he got the single leg probably because he's grabbing that leg right there. He probably gonna go from this up position, get that leg, lift him up right here. I want to see when he slammed him though. Damn. They should have put the next scene. But yeah, this is a very good primary shot, courtesy of J Mill, of some training. We
go back to the left on there, smash that first panel. Where was it?
To my right.
Yeah, okay, that panel there. That one right there, all the way to the left. Does he have a dagger in his hand stabbing him in the back of the head?
No, that don't look like that to me. But let's zoom in.
Yeah, what's that in his hand?
So what I see is one hand right here. So we think this is his other hand? Okay, no, yeah. Now I see what you see that I did not see, but I wouldn't have took that as that because all they were previously holding were those sticks. Like I don't see no dagger nowhere.
I just took it to the extreme,
Yeah.
but
So maybe, but that's good that you noticed that. But maybe that's just the position of the stick that's in his hand right here as they begin to wrestle. Well, I don't see the stick right here. So did he throw it down? Hold on, let's see. You know what I'm saying? They lost their sticks right here, but then apparently he got something right here, looking like what you said, that he's putting it into the back of his head. But I would doubt that, as this may be a training. Now, you know.
is that a stick in his other hand, in his left hand, going straight up against the wall? Look like a fragment of it right there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Well, it actually looks like it's the outline of both sides of his arm. And this is the hand, maybe, but in a little portion of the stick sticking out right here, maybe. But I mean, I'm just speculating, but it looks that way. You know?
Just marvel at our people. They just, oh my God.
He said it's in the prime area of the game where one tries not to get trapped in the underworld, but it's not necessarily a game of combat. Let's go back and look at some of those glyphs and see what we can see. So I'm trying to identify where this will start. This will probably tell us who this group of people were. Now, I want to look into this group of people too, and then we're going to start reading from either direction. Look and see.
They look like more than one people group. There's a group back.
Yeah, it look like different people. Like this, the only one I've seen with, like, you know, might be indicative of a different. They definitely different people groups. Look.
Yep.
You feel me?
Jerry curl right there.
Yeah, now these, I know who that normally represents, like some Easterners when they draw art. Maybe that's not Liberty. Maybe some Easterners. I can't say who this might represent. That looks like a Sudanese representation. This look like an alien. I'm just playing. But these two, I don't know who they're intended to represent. Maybe bald. I mean, if we can see the top of the head, sometimes priests are drawn in bald head with these type of, with certain type of kilts. Two faces broken off that look like traditional Egyptians back there. And these looking like some Egyptian drawings. Now, when we go to the words, let's see who they say anything about who they are. Y'all can see the state of the text right there, but even the Egyptologists, they only get the text in the state that it's in, or if somebody had it before them, they'll go look at their facsimile. But this already illustrates what you're starting with. Now, this seems to be weird because normally we say we read into the characters, but these characters are facing this way, and all the characters of the face are texting to the right too until we get to where? They all are still doing that, it appears. But even still, so the question that it begs me to ask is, which column do they want you to start in? And I'm just starting here because I see that group of people, which I don't think are spectators. I think it might be the beginning. Let me look at the other side first real quick. Yeah, it started with a group of people just like that too. And you can see this one a lot clearer. So I'm going to just read the clearest first. Now, what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. So you see the face of this individual right here, right? I always take that into consideration too, but it seems this text don't want me to do that. Because if you look at like this archer right here, or this warrior, or this bird, or any of the glyphs, it appears that they're all facing to the left, the same direction as this person. But if it was this person's text, it would probably be facing them. But nevertheless, so now what issue that arises for me is which column do they want you to start in, right? And so let's start to see. On this left column, we see a soup plant. and then a glyph that's hard to make out. And in the right column, we see the word for birth or mess up here. And then Ra, Mesra. And then I could tell that this was possibly a determinative for Ra right here. It's really hard to see, but Egyptologists have to do this too, so why wouldn't we? So, you know what I'm saying? And so, let's see. Can y'all hear that background music from my daughter playing, y'all?
No.
Y'all can't? Good. It's so loud. Like, I don't even like to be that, turn it down. I just be letting them do what they doing, but she like, wait, tripping.
Okay, there's one facing the
Oh, but
left.
yeah, but this in a different section of the text, though. So I want to get to, I can't even believe y'all can't hear that music. It's that loud, but that's good.
Now, is this, that's a horse lock on these first two guys, right?
It appears to be, yeah.
So that indicates youngsters?
Well, not in all instances, but yes, it was definitely the lock of youth, a lock of a young man, and then there were also some priests who were wearing this lock. So maybe that's who they're talking about in this regard. But right here, the first word we see, now I was trying to zoom in on this, and this is the most in I could get zoomed. So if anyone don't think that, somebody say that bass knocking, yeah. Oh, they can't hear it though, yeah. Man, I'm turning it, hold on, man, I'm about to turn off the, hold on. Listen. Golly, hold on. All right, that's a lot better. Dang, I had to do it. So now it's like the birth of Ra or something. Then we see these two lines. Y'all see those two lines? They should be like, not should be. We got to see what two lines they would be in this deteriorated text. You know what I'm saying? And it appears like Mess Ra or the birth of Ra. Well, you see the circle above something that looks like a faded determinative? That's why I'm calling that Ra. Mess Ra. Somebody could say no. Now we got two lines. So and now we could go down here and see that right here, they clearly put the ripples for the N word. So that means these two lines would not be the N word. I mean the N letter. Our ni preposition. So then right here, these two lines could be indicative of two lands. Because obviously we know the land shape, and every time you see two of them, they are often talking about two lands. But this is so broke up. Can y'all even see any of the stuff that I'm looking at? Like, yeah. You might got higher definition than me, because right here I could barely even make what's under here. You know what I'm saying? But it's just fun and games. And so,
look like the mess. Look like the sun rod. I look like the cigar.
Right. Where at? Right here.
Right where those two lands could be. Like, could that be the cigar, or is that the two lands?
Well, I'm looking at it on two different. I don't know nothing about a cigar, dog. What you mean?
I might be behind on my own video, but yeah. Well, I guess it's the two. You know that. Why we call it the cigar? It kind of looked like a broken in the back of it is broke off slantedly, but it looked like a seated man maybe on the left.
Yeah, this could be another seated man right here. Yep, I kind of make that now. But seated in a different position than this one, which looks like a netra, because that leg is going up on this one at the top, but this leg is kind of going out flat right here.
Then the end below.
Yeah, that end below, but I have not made what I can't even see on my main monitor what this could possibly be. But anyway, I don't want to get stuck on reading a halfway a text that we could barely see. I would rather pull up one that we can just see everything. I mean, I like doing this too, but let's look at a portion that's more legible.
I thought you were trying to determine what this whole panel was about.
Well, I think my man Jay Mill just said look at it because we was talking about whether or not they did practicing or wrestling. And so just in the leisure, I was like, it would be cool to try to. Somebody recommended that we read it in the chat. That's all. Yeah. But I would definitely start even out of order. I want to start at the portions that is making it less hard on my eyes, though. You know what I'm saying? So, right like this, it says core which be so I'm gonna open up the dictionary so people can follow completely along. That's the way I like to do it. Let me see. Core just means under, but if I just say everything, people won't really be learning. Yes, you got to be able to prove it, basically. And I've developed a habit of just going to everything in the dictionary to show so people can see it. Y'all can see this dictionary right here, or not?
No.
All right, I gotta reshare my screen. Hold up.
I see they got the Hey Lock.
Yes, possibly. I don't know if I should call it the Hey Lock. That's why I said possibly. But is it the Hey Lock?
Well, that's what I always call it.
I mean, that's fine, but I just
like a Prince lock.
The side lock, yeah, the side lock. You could be 100% right. I don't know everything. You feel me? Yeah. Let me see. Oh, so we came to the dictionary. Now y'all can see the dictionary right next to the metal netter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now this first term core here, I'm gonna put an X and an R, and we should see this. An X and an R, right? And it's gonna say under or upon. Even though it's 800 of them, it shouldn't take me that long to get to it. So they're gonna say under something. Well, how about if I put under UNDER with the core? Yeah, there it go. I made it quicker. So now it's only 3 of them. So we're gonna see a core. Dang, they're not showing it to you. Let me make a capital X real quick. Because that circle represents, as we know, the KH sound. And so that's still a different way to write it. And I don't know why they don't want to show you it that way. UP. Well, everybody, I mean, that's not a hard word to find. And we just showed it, but it was written in different glyphs. And then the other one got a 800 rendition, so I'll be clicking through this forever. But I'm gonna just try my luck, and it might just pop up while I'm talking about it. They go 1C. Hold on, let me go back. Well,
okay.
Well,
so you might find it with the mouth glyph, the R, but
yeah, I put an X and an R. I put an X and an R. So yeah, but I'll just keep clicking and while there it go, found it. Let me go back. So if you notice here, if I go back down, even though that's like that got a W in front of it, but you can identify this W right here, right? Well, that means that after that, this core after it, even though I can show a better version, you see a circle and then the mouth, and that's the same thing we see over here on the glyphs. But hopefully I can find a better version, just because everybody don't actually know. I know a lot of people in the chat like, why are you trying to overshow that? But because people need to see stuff. And so, sound like all kind of stuff going on. Sunday morning activity at the household. I ain't gonna stream for too long. Let me see.
Well, we don't want to keep you from the family too long, plus football long.
Exactly. I think that might be over there popping. I don't know why. So who playing and put me up on that? I don't do too much sports, but like I said, I do it just to do it sometimes.
Kansas City playing the Bengals. They beating them right now, and they got past. They got past the Miami Dolphins the other night. Yesterday, and they did that on Peacock.
How close are we to the Super Bowl? I mean, playoffs. That's when I start watching.
We in it.
Oh, is the playoffs already?
Yeah.
All right, I finally found it. Dang, I was stalling. Y'all see it? It's like core.
Good.
And it's just like this. And now, but it's say with, by, near, during, under. Normally when it's under the king. But here we got plenty versions. Although, moreover, whereas, but now, however. And then we got in the presence of or before in front of. So right here we got core starting this out. The reason why I knew not to say Kareem, even though, because this is a different version of an M under it. It could be Karim or Karim. I'm kind of familiar with core, and you will become familiar with core too. And then you'll start to parse things to see if they fall with your familiarity. Now, normally when it says under is not a preposition after that connecting it to something else. Normally what is under follows the core. Like it would say core him under his majesty. Here we see core, a M, a A, and a K, right? So is it core mech under mech, or is it core ma'ek? Right now we're going to look for a determinative to see if it's anything to help us determine that before we go to the dictionary. So I'm going to go a little smaller. Yeah. Now, can anybody make what that is? Oh, dang, that's when I mess everything.
That's that cigar. Is that a P? Is that cigar?
So I'm gonna try to help you with whatever a cigar is supposed to be. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you reference a cigar, and I'm like, oh no, he know that ain't a cigar. But what do you mean? What are you referencing? This one right here? You mean?
Is that P glyph or the pool or the like water glyph?
So the water got the ripples. It'll give us an N value. But when you want to say water, you put 3 of the N's, then it'll give you the moo sound. That's not this. But now, so let's go real quick. Let's go slow. Normally, if this wasn't a K, if this was just a neb bowl, this look like a half loaf of a T with some wall deterioration on it? Because other than that, I could think of a horny viper snake that takes this shape. What I'm looking at is the shape, right? And it does do like an oval at the top, and then it's flat at the bottom. And I'm asking if to the left, this might not be part of the glyph. That should be maybe wall deterioration, only because of my memory of certain glyphs. Well, so what was you saying?
Neket.
So where are you getting the N from?
And that the neck bowl with the
so you're thinking about a neb bowl. That's a good one, right? But the neb bowl don't got the handle on it. You see this little handle at the end? They look exactly the same, but this one got it. You see that handle on the end?
Yes.
Yep. So that's gonna make the distinction. What about which one?
The one right above
it. Directly above it, this is a representation of an arm. So it's like a shoulder with the arm out, and then the hand would be at the end over where my mouse is.
Okay.
So it's like the side view of a.
Might be delayed. Watching delayed.
Are you watching on the YouTube or in the
I can't see the small screen on the phone, so I'm watching on the big screen.
Oh, okay, yeah. So then you are a little delayed, but I don't know what's the problem. Is everyone else seeing the screen cool or it's just Alan? You seeing it cool on the YouTube?
Cool.
Word up. Let me see. Oh, so how would we reckon that? It's parsing it first and then using your tools. Since we already seen that it's something happening under something, we want to see what this is happening under. And it's probably going to be under something that got to do with, well, instead of guessing, we'll just do the process. Core my ek under his vision. That don't make no sense. And they would have wrote my different. So this is what I'm gonna do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Babylon. Babylon just put in the chat what I'm familiar with. He said the cigar glyph equals the landline with 3 minerals under it.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I thank you for saying that, Babylon. So you referencing the ta, as he said, land. Ta, if you see, but I don't see that on the screen. And you're asking, is that under this K-ball, basically?
Under the R, the mouth glyph.
Nah. This right here is a different version of an M. M, like the owl. But they don't want to draw. He don't want to write an owl right here because of space. Is what I presume. Because they use different versions with different, like, for instance, in vertical text like this, you'll probably find the M written with this M more often than the Albert M, because it take up too much space. You know, the whole Albert would have pushed this text down a little bit further, and they like to write in like these groups. So let's try to parse the second word after we got core. First, I would examine ma, which means to see or something, and I'm gonna just go look through some ma's in here, and I already don't think it means mob, but I'm just going to do it just to show people the process instead of just trying to go straight to what I think it say.
Right on, right on.
Yeah. So I'm just I put M with a capital A into this dictionary. And normally if yours work, you could go to whole words and case sensitive, but that hasn't been working for me lately. I don't know why. I click case sensitive and whole words, and it's still giving me it in the middle of words. It's only supposed to give me whole words that are M and an A, and it helps you do your search a lot better. So I might have to re-download this. And then if somebody who really lives is in the chat, hop in to chime in. Because I'm presuming already that this is a longer word. And I can tell you for the reasons why I presume that. I think this
dictionary tool you're using.
This is Mark Vigus's VYGUS, Mark Vigus online dictionary. And it's just a digitized version of Raymond Faulkner's work with a few other ones in there. So since this is making the search so hard, I'm going to add this extra, the K, and we'll see. So there's nothing in there that got an M, a A, and a K. There's no mock with the capital A, and this shouldn't be a capital A. This should be a lowercase a. The vulture will probably transliterate back to a capital A, right? And the arm is a lowercase a, so let's see now. So here's a mock word. Now see, this is wrong. Now, all right, that's a little different one. And there's only one. So it ain't mock. So it's my ek. But anyway, I think I'm getting thrown. I mean, I kind of want to have more of a discussion and less of it. You know what I'm saying?
A glyph reading.
Yeah. And so, but that's even cool because it ain't like people is leaving. The viewership ain't leaving, but I guess people are interested.
We're enjoying the bill, man. We're enjoying the bill.
I think people are interested. Well, if it wasn't for this this one that I would like to see what people thought it was here, it's really messing it up. And then parsing this my ek or this m ak. I gotta know what this is right here. Then you see another A right here and an M bar. So here is an M bar right here. And whatever is in front of it is giving us M-E-R. M-E-R is an overseer, right? So some people used to think when they see this owl bird over an R, someone can say that's not that because of what it has in front of it. But if we can't make what's in front of it, I can only go with what's the closest thing that it, you know what I'm saying?
Is that a seated man facing the owl?
So you think this is, but it definitely looks like a man. Thanks for saying that, right? But look, his arm is doing something, right? Ain't it? Like this arm going, and so he's doing something different than the other seated men that we were seeing. Somebody definitely got higher definition on their monitor than me. This one is only 1080p. And I can see stuff once you say it. You know how when somebody say something, then your eyes go, oh, I can see that now?
That's trickery.
No, it's right now is my this monitor definition. So I do see a man with one arm up now. He got this one arm going up over to the left. And then this
heel.
Pardon me?
His heel. His heel behind him. Right, yes, right.
Well, he's facing to the left, and this is his knee going up, right? Like in his seated position.
That wouldn't. I have to go look at my clip.
So I will try to pull him up so that we can see it. Let me see. GARD. A1. It's close to A. It ain't A1, but it's close to A1. Gardner A1. So we'll notice when we look at this Gardner sign list.
So check V22.
Who said V22? I'm gonna check that too.
J Mill.
Yeah,
matter of fact, that's J Mill.
I'm gonna check that too. But let's look at this real quick. Now let's notice the knees of these individuals. You see what I mean? Now this one, the seated man, which is the traditional seated man, they normally draw that one knee going up like that. You see what I mean? And so that's how I kind of know the direction he's facing when we come back and look at where was it at?
And a lot
You
of
see that
times he
little
is
knee going up right there?
yeah, and an or servant. Yeah.
It's a but his arm position. I don't know what you're saying V22 about J Mill. This would be in the A category, but I would look. I'm gonna look at V22 to see what you mentioning. So now here we go. There it goes. You see it? But it's is the man performing the who for jubilation or praise? It's A8. But notice something about the A8, and we should be real clear at this point. It is this glyph, but the artist then wrote his arms in the inverse position. Now let's notice this. The knee is facing to the left, right, and it's going up like this little triangle right there representing. But y'all see that? I can make it a lot bigger, hopefully. No, I can't make it bigger. Yeah, it's a little bigger. Hold up. But this is what I want to point out. The hand. Now, if you did this hand position at the house, even though it's weird, you'd be using your right arm. Your left arm would be the one that's up in the air, correct? Or am I incorrect?
Yes.
Yep. Now let's go look at the text because I'm noticing that. Look at the text. The other arm up in the air, but the knee.
Is that the Ka symbol?
Well, it's the symbol for jubilation, as they just said. The Ka symbol would have both arms in the air, and it wouldn't show the rest of his body.
I mean, like the three men that seat with the, I think it's the right arm up. We always say the Black Power stance.
Nah.
Is his face facing the owl?
That's what looked different about it, though. I know it's just giving us that appearance, but it appears his arms is inverted and he actually turned towards the owl. But it's just giving me that weird thing. We can't really say that because that's just a round circle on top. But the majority portion of, it's kind of like flat to the left and more round to the right, making it appear that his head is turned to the right.
Yeah.
But do y'all notice what I'm noticing? Look, if it wasn't inverted, this arm that's going up is on the same side as the knee right here. Y'all see that? The arm going up right here.
Vernon Williams.
Now when I
about A2.
When I come to, he said it's not A2. We're not on A2. We're on A8. Now when I come to A8, the other arm is going up, but it's still bent. The other arm is still bent. Nevertheless, I still think this is this. I think the scribe just drew him in the wrong position. I mean, I don't know. Or drew him in a different position, I could say. And just like y'all pointed out, it looked like his head was turned back. Now, if this word is Hinu here for jubilation, we could go back and start to make what was before that a little bit.
Yeah.
Because normally they would say that, and we clearly, I know what this is. I'm tripping. That's a Mayhu whip, dog. Why none of my, that's probably what J Mill was trying to say. Watch when we go look at V22. It's going to be a Mayhu whip. So let's go down to V22. Oh, well, I think I just passed the Mayhu whip, but let's see. I could be wrong. V22. So when I say a Mayhu whip, I finally figured out what that broken portion was. That's why it's better when we do this in groups because other people remember things. J Mill, see, I told you, look, ain't that the Mayhu whip? So before, see it say MH over here? So J Mill was right in the chat when he said V22, because when he looked at this on the screen. So I'm also, people wondering, we all got our own tools and tactics, but basically what the process is we was trying to figure out what this was. And J Mill using his tools, he said, asking us, is it V22? Obviously, y'all see me going to the sign list to see V22, and we all can see, don't this look like that?
Yeah.
It kind of looked like maybe a variation, which is V23, but it's still used to say the same thing. May like to feel, right? And so now we could go back and see, but if this word is to say that, let's go back.
I was thinking it was that wood glyph, too, you was talking about the other day.
Well, now we're getting more of this because look, could be a determinative or not because it has this whip. The scissor got the hand, which is holding something, which often means power.
Yeah.
Now, so we got the may here. It's just not in the determinative. It's helping us know that this is ma'ek or since it ain't no word mech. So ma'ek is that mean he gonna see something. So under his vision. So this is like supervision then.
Right.
Now let's ask if y'all, the MetaNetter people in the chat, do you agree that that might be under his supervision? They do got another way to say that. But Ma could be vision. We know that. And then they got a K after, which would be like his. Then we got this May, which would say to like fill. But what's going to be filled with Jubilee? So let's see, because they got this Jubilee. And then here he is again. Remember I said he was the overseer and they said it was the Moor? Well, this would be, what was the Jubilee word again? Henu Mer. Even though, let me say something. Anybody who reads the glyphs is asking why am I doing that? Because normally this should be written in a group like this. So that means something happened to where, why he didn't put this man by himself if it's its own word, and the next word is starting on the column with him. You see what I mean? So it would make it say Henu Mer Ta, and then we got the 2 feet, and I'm forgetting these 2 legs right here. Somebody would bring that up. And then we got Ek. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I've never seen the 2 feet separate. I always thought they was like.
Yeah, that's a different one. This one is like DMD. Let me see if my memory is leading me wrong. I'm gonna open this and put. Maybe I'll put a capital. J Mill about to come with it. What's them 2 feet like that? My memory is doing something about a D and an M. But this is why it is good to do this. Knowing that we see a lot of these often, some of them stick to you, and some of them, I have glyphs that be eluding me no matter how long I study it, and I'll be seeing it, and it just won't stick to my memory. I'll be like, dang, I see that every other day. But this one we about to work out. We would just go to if somebody wanted to know how, you go to the Gardner sign list. The easier sign list is the categories, and you're going to go to parts of the human body, because we know that's a leg, right?
To put that in the black vernacular too, because I think it says something about we're gonna see something. Let's see what it is. They about to wrestle.
It's D56, right? And so now we're about to see D56 phonetic quality. But you simply use the WikiGuard sign list. Click right here, and it'll show you that phonetic quality. Obviously, I recommend people get the real book. Which one did I say? D23? I'm tripping. I'll see it again. What was it? The category is parts of the human body and our verification.
Yeah.
I forgot what I said, man, but it's about to pop up. There we go. D56. So now they're giving us the phonetic quality of RD, and we probably say red or whatever they say a leg or to tread. Also for passage or Aret or Sebek or SBQ. So in this one, I'm going to put passage because I know the reason why I'm going to do all 3, but I'm kind of like referencing something. And let's see what they give us.
Grab his leg. Like you were saying earlier, he was going to flip him over.
So look right here. Y'all see stamp, flatten, to destroy, passage, to disfigure. But it just got one leg. The 2 legs will be Pasaju, obviously, or Pasaj E, a dual. Pasaj way for dual, but I don't know if that's the one. So then we're gonna go RD. Ankle shackles. MERD. We getting close. Because look, it's not gonna be ankle shackles, but this is what we learned here. Why they probably wrote it like that. Let me go back. This is MetaNetter is raw. So let me go back and try to show something. So look. Yep. All right. Wait. All right. Yep. Now, the thing is, this might not be a tie. But if we see we worked out that this is Jubilee in the stance that he's standing in. The word was Ha'u. Now, I was trying to figure out why would they put this M to start the next word on the same line with Ha'u after Ha'u, like it's the phonetic complement to this word, and then have an R under it like it could be read different. But normally when I see an M and an R following, I know they're saying something that I mean, a lot of the time they're attached. So I'm also investigating that. Now look at what's tripping me out is this term under here, this R, and then I just looked these two up, which some could say, nah, that's just a determinative in this word resh. That's what some people will try to say, right? That's why it's good to have a group talking because we see things differently. But I'm going to just parse it this first way and see what happens. And so what's happening now is when I came to the dictionary, another version of this MR word, which means the overseer, is right before the definition for two legs in the dictionary. So let me show you where I see it. Right here, but you only see one leg here, and it's showing ankle shackles. And they questioning whether it means that. Now, what I see here, y'all don't see the same thing, is because ancient Egyptians use abbreviations. And so this cross, right, that some people might have thought equated to a Christian cross or something. First, note that the center plank is a center plank. It's not up high like a Christian cross. Second, we should note this is an abbreviation for a longer term, which means an overseer. So look, this one right here is letting us know, look, it also could mean between, but this who is in is going to lead back to who is in charge in most instances. But you could say who is in something else, because you could be in between somebody. But notice that this cross will mean who is in. Now, to prove it, I'm going to go I-M-Y. And you're going to see, you see I put I-M-Y. They got plenty of renditions. Some of them are going to be written with a ow and an R. Watch this. And it's still going to hold the same definition. Yeah, and that's giving us our M-E-R. But the R is, that's why they messed up and thought it meant more, because they didn't understand it was an abbreviation. We still see these Emmys is going to, they most often be something. Now here go M-E-R. Still written with this Emmy and not with the owl, but now y'all starting to see the R appear with it, right? So later this word they say is going to be the Arabic Amir, or it's going to be equal to Amir, M-E-R, but that cannot be true, but it matches. So notice how they say from the tongue, because they take Emmy, that which is in, and then they draw a mouth and put the literal determinative, the literal single stroke under it. So this is literally that which is in the mouth, and it's mean authoritatively or like a command. See? Out of the mouth of someone. So, but it's not like mumbo jumbo. It's a command. It's equal to our statement of a command. Because if you get Emmy, like the statement was done by M-E-R, you better do it or you're gonna get in trouble, basically. It don't matter. I mean, you know what I mean? So now we got the exact one. It's exact. It's close to exact. Redu, right? It got this cross, and then it got the leg. The one we're looking at has a bird, which represents the M in the abbreviation for this M-E-R, and an R. But hopefully it will point up. Nevertheless, this is turning up as an adversary, and we're looking at something about wrestling. We got to remember. I still don't know if this is right, but I do remember that they was training. So far it was like under whatever my ek, I don't know if that is his vision. And then we got May, which is to whip or to fill. Fill Jubilee. Now let's see what's going on here. This is what we're trying to work out. And so again, I never try to be dishonest about the level of time and scrutiny we have to even just give the one sentence. And you see it go a lot faster when we got multiple brains. But when I'm doing it by myself, I have to sometimes parse things 2 or 3 ways. and then see which one lines up the most with the most dictionary definitions.
Question.
All right.
The man on the left there, that's holding the child to the left. Yeah. He seems, does he in any way relate to the glyphs? Could the glyphs be relating to him?
They definitely are.
To the action to the right?
They definitely are. And so another indication of this is they facing him. Remember I was looking for that earlier? It don't always do that. And it seems to be contradicting what I'm saying in this text. But you'll notice that just like modern day comic book bubbles, you know how they put the text bubble over the character?
Yeah.
Well, again, it seems it's that always the text next to people is often, not always, talking about them, or it is their statement or a statement about them. Like this text is about this one to the left, and this text is about this one to the right. And further proof of that, but no, it's contradicted here again. And so someone will have to show me what is going on. Let me show you what I'm saying. Further proof of that is often the animals will be facing the person who owns the text. Well, you see this pie bird and this pie bird, they're going away from him. You see what I mean? So maybe that's like he talking to somebody else, but look at the direction they're going. So it's probably a statement about whatever this is. Now, somebody can say, you doing that wrong? But not necessarily. We looked over enough text to know that that is true. Meaning this section of writing above them ain't talking about something way over here. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, so that becomes the case. But not just a rule of thumb. You will find instances where that is not the case. So no one else chimed in on this Ma Ek, which I think is his vision. And I can show people why I came to that conclusion. You can take M and two A's and you're going to get to C. Y'all see that to view? Now, we don't see eyes there. So they write, but they also writing it in different ways. Now, notice this. What's on the bottom of this is just a ma. The sound, the phonetic quality ma is right there. You can remember it looked like a sickle thing or whatever. It often will indicate something back to a type of vision. Now, it even could be supervision. Right now, this is funny because it says made under the direction of right above it. You feel me? And so that would be like supervision. This ain't vision like, you see what I mean?
Like good sight.
So look, it says the definition for core. Core is our same word for under. This is another version of the word right here. Remember we seen it earlier and I was like, it's showing y'all in a different way, but dang, I gotta get this off the screen so we can see. How do I move that? I don't know. I gotta make this smaller. All right, there. The circle and that R is a core. I'm a backtrack to core, then we'll come back to ma. I'm gonna put an X and an R, and you're gonna see, now here's a core just like the way we see it. In the middle of this phrase, mess core, young boys. That's a different chord, but we could talk about that. You're gonna see the same chord. Now this is a mess chord for cemetery workers. Y'all can see the chord. And there's the one we need to see. All right, the circle, but the one that you're gonna see in the other text is about to appear is gonna be this, not a square shape. You seen the shape? It's the same thing. I'm gonna show it. Oh, hold on. They trying to make it be limited because they wanted to put a capital X on. Wow, this one. See this chord? It's still giving you this H with a line under it and an R. Made under the direction of. So that is still our core here. So that's how we know this talking about something about supervision. Because the next word is ma. Oh, just 1 second. Come in, just 1 second. They about to leave, but cannot cash out. So y'all got them teenagers, y'all know they keep hitting you on the head. And I ain't never know Pops. I try to be yes Pops. As long as
Yep.
they keep everything
Raise.
popping, you feel me? Yep. And so here, right here, that is the same chord. And then we're gonna continue with this verification. Now, I really like this one because look, it's if people don't see, it's saying the same thing but just written different. So let me prove it. The I right here is Uri. It's an I. But where's the I in here? What are we getting anything about an I? An I is just like our real eyes in our head. So it represents vision and sight, right? But the definition they're giving us is made under the direction of. Now we know where they're getting the under because, okay, I know what they're doing. They're saying this is also means to create. All right. So I don't want to act like nothing that ain't there. And this ain't talking about creation. And so the I ain't there, but it's still under my X. So somebody tell me, please, one of the glyph people tell me if it ain't what I'm saying, what it is. Here go the ma, right? So see sight. Let's see if the ma stays consistent. I'm putting 2 A's just to get to it easier. The greatest of seers. Now, when we see this ma here, let's see if it's ever talking about something besides sight. But what you see is, hold up, the glyphs ain't the same. They will be eventually. Because sometimes they use a different M to write the ma, as we'll see. All of these got the sickle, the eye, and they all about something dealing with vision, right? Most of them, in most instances, you're going to see. So even to inspect, to see. But I want them to switch to M so people could know that you don't have to use that M to write ma. If we've been looking at like they're writing ma with just the I here. Now they're writing ma with 2 I's if you look at this one. But I'm looking for the one with the other M. They just doing that on purpose. Hold up. Maybe I should put a capital there.
Can I give a sports commercial for those who are hanging in?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the Texans beat the Browns. Dolphins lost to the Chiefs. That was yesterday. Cowboys and Packers come on today at 4:30. Rams and Lions at 8:15. And then the Eagles play against the Broncos. Go Eagles.
Word up.
That's all I. Yep.
I'm gonna look. If I don't get bored. And maybe not, but I'm gonna keep going with this text. So if that is, this K is just representing, y'all got Gardner's book, we'll know all the pronouns and stuff. This is just representing like he or him. So this do look like Core Ma Ek. And I'm saying under his vision, I don't know why they got the whip here to feel or it got the power determinative. So it's not the feel, it's more like the whip. But then it's got Jubilee and an M with the R, which is like M-E-R, but I don't, somebody say, nah, that don't go with that. Okay, cool. But others are not here to do that. Then it kind of like, this actual text doesn't continue to over here, does it? Because we got a reed leaf and a bird. Which bird you think that is? Normally, if it's a reed leaf and the bird, probably an owl. Owl, this is probably the chick bird. And owl doesn't end too many sentences. It's a tense term, normally saying it's happening at the moment, or in the future or the past. Owl is often used like that. It's never often at the end of a word. And I don't know if they're saying that. Now at this point, I'm just ready to stop doing it. You feel me? Because I'm doing some hard homework and.
That was good, man. That was good.
Oh well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. And the chat enjoyed it too. I seen a lot of people giving praise.
Yeah, it's all love. I ain't mad.
Yeah.
To see, this is more easily made and more easily made out. And even still, I don't know. I don't think they're talking about Amun Ra, and this is very easily made out. the men, what would that be? Wajetu? Something like that. Inside D, which is just like bringing together. I don't know this word, what it means. I can look it up. The men to give something. Now we starting over here with the almond. We familiar with the almond. See the parts that ain't all like that is going together. Cool. I keep accidentally clicking the wrong button. Y'all, I apologize for that. What was that?
Before you leave this panel, back to that row of glyphs, and this gentleman seemed to be onlooking. I have a question for you about how he looks to me.
All right, where at?
Where we're reading.
Right here.
Yes. And I got that guy right there. He has the lock, but I'm looking at that nose and that facial structure. What people group would you say he's from?
that would be hard to do. But phenotypically, not phenotypically, but stylistically, the categories of people who would like wear the side lock. It wasn't all Egyptians who wore the side lock.
It wasn't only Egyptians.
Yeah, it wasn't all Egyptians are only Egyptians. Like even of the Egyptians, everybody wasn't just rocking the side lock. You feel what I'm saying? But and the Libyans were very much known for it.
Okay.
Egyptians were known for it, but far outside, if basically the side lock don't match the phenotype. You know, because this could you know what I mean? Yeah, like the side lock would like land us in the Libya area, a native Egyptian or what have you. Even some Nubians wore them, but the side lock ain't indicative of a Nubian. But yeah, it's more. If it was indicating anything, it'd be a Egyptian or a Libyan. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's all good. I think J Mill said he put up another photo. That's 3 hours already. This been a good stream, and it's a Saturday. Sunday. I'm gonna do my thing. Anybody want to get in some last words? I will probably be back on tonight. We might have some debates. We done knocked down all the detractors. They ain't got nothing to say. They might as well just go on and do a video say that Kemet was black so they can have a cool 2024. Now, y'all know I never argued anything homogeneous. We know what area was come, but people always try to discredit the founding civilizations and the founding culture that came from the South. And I like put together a few years to make sure that they remain included in the history of Egypt.
I have a question for you, Smash.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it would be helpful on these maps if we got the proper orientation, and when we are reading the maps, we have the South at the top, and then start reading those maps, we looking and saying up South and down North?
Yeah, I'm gonna make my own Kemetic map. So I'm gonna get a template for a map, flip it the right way, and then put the names, because the names will be inverted. They'll be upside down if we tried to do that with a map that wasn't made that way. So one day in my free time, that is very good because we reference it so much. And if I make it once, I'll be using it for the next 10 years. You feel me?
Everybody should use it. And part of the reason I think it's so important is something that Baba Asa Hilliard in his Master Keys that he did with, and he's talking about the importance of, I don't know if he says standing on your head, but getting that proper orientation, because when you have that orientation, the development of Kemet lines up with the evolution of man coming from that region more to the south, and then the development and then moving out. And so I think it would stop, or it would slow down some of this thing of them talking about the development coming from outside the continent, because we know that the human beings came from the center of the continent, from up north, and spread down, up south and spread down north and went out. And so the same way with the development of Kemet, doesn't it say that Kemet is the daughter of, was it Nubia?
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
And everything that we showed today was evidence to that. We went over how Tassetti was there already.
Yes.
Maria Gatto even said it was there all the way back to 3700, where the Akkadians started to spread their material culture down into Tassetti. And then as something happened at 3100, the emergence of a new state that was formed probably in that 600-year period where they was living amongst each other. And then they came out like we something new, just like black people say they did in America. From this 400 years that we've been amongst each other, isolated. We say we appear, some people say we come out as something new. I ain't saying that as genetically. I'm saying that some people might be saying that tribally from the isolation, because we forgot all our culture and developed some new stuff. And they definitely didn't go through a process of forgetting their culture, but there was a cultural convergence between the Akkadians and the people of the Komomo area they call the Nubia A group. And the emergence of the two cultures give us what we know as Egypt today. And now people just want to say it wasn't them, it was some Mediterraneans or something.
Now, I'll just say, just to appreciate the Smash Rockwell show, Jonathan Owens. No cap, no fanfare. I think everybody who has come across this channel appreciates the information. Thinks that is worth their time and what you provide. And also, I'm just gonna hit you with, when is the book signing? When we having the book
I'm
signing?
waiting for this shipment to pop up. We got a question in the chat from Top Kumbu. Peace to you. Smash, my question is, what is this Egypt and Nubia stuff doing for us in 2024 America? It's history that's gone. Yet we're still at the bottom talking about Egypt 24/7. Do anybody want to say they take on that before I do? I don't want my thorough stance on it to affect what anybody gonna say, but I've been answering that question for a long time. But anybody want to say something towards that?
Real quick. You say you're in the bottom, so that means you're not able to operate at your optimum potential. So that means something's wrong with you. That means you're sick. Well, if you're sick and you go see a doctor, what's the first thing the doctor asks you before you even get to go in the examination room?
Your medical history.
Thank you. Enough said.
I guess and I'm tired of fighting it too. Telling people it gives you a straighter backbone because you don't know your history. I would just say, if you don't know where you're from, you don't know where you're going, you're bound to repeat it if you don't know your history.
Well, again, history has its place. If the brother is charging that it's being misplaced or misused by us simply taking things that people don't know and putting them on the main line, I would argue against that. Because, like I heard it said in so many simple ways. We talked about sports. I think it was Brother Ankh who had said even a sports team need to know its history. Because if it's 3rd and 1, they might not be able to reference back to a point in time when at 3rd and 1 they banged the ball up the middle, and got the first down. Or they don't know this team's logic, this team's philosophy that was set out in the past in order to do things like this sports team does. And so, I'm just trying to make it as simple as it could be. My man said, your medical history. Come on, man. It can't get simpler than that. Now, you said, but how is this history useful? Because it's history that's gone. All history is gone. But let me just say, I'm going to take other people. I'll take all of us out of it. Let's talk about similar studies done by other people, particularly people of the Hebrew faith. Once had something that was called, Hebrew, that they speak right now. Even they got multiple forms of it, biblical Hebrew, and they got Yiddish, they got Masoretic. Well, all of these was dead at one time. Completely dead. Nobody knew how to read it. They had to revive it. They did that. We wasn't in on it. They had their own groups that was similar to this. It would have had to be this way. They were saying, no, we the people from the Bible. I'm not saying they was right or wrong. I'm trying to see what practices are good on earth and what are ones you should not emulate. What did they do? They substantiated, whether they was from Ashkenaz or Khazarian or whatever. Nobody was saying, you a Khazar. You shouldn't be studying this. How is this useful for us? They rebuilt their language, the Hebrew language, right? And then they start looking for a nation. This really happened on this earth. And they targeted the areas where it's a war in right now. After they revitalized their history, whether it's pseudo history or not, if their history was pseudo history, it's more evident to the power of some real reviving some real actual history. Because if they could do it with some fake shit, imagine what it'll be done with actual facts that you can stand on. So to this day, now we got a few nuclear nations, only a few nuclear nations, and one of them are the people who sat around and revived their old ancient history and their ancient language, and those are the people of Israel.
Teach. Can I say one more thing, Smash?
Yeah.
Even more currently, why don't you go tell them people to take down the Confederate flags? We have just had a whole movement to remove all of these statues from what? From the Civil War, where these people lost that war, but they didn't lose it because why? How could they lose it when there's statues of their heroes, their defeated heroes, are all over this country to keep it in their psyche? And right now to today, we're fighting those people who are living their lost history, their past history. So if they can use it like that, don't you see the benefit of us reviving our history, reconnecting with our history, where we rule this earth as gods?
The better I would address the question is like, why do we see slave movies acting like that's Black history pumped into our households on the regular? So that's useful. So that history is useful to be on our TVs all the time, but this history don't got no place or no purpose.
Okay, that's a sour note, man. I'm gone.
I want to build it back on.
No, don't leave on the sour note. Yeah.
On a positive note, he had asked about reorientating the map.
Yeah.
And also, so I would build on that. How about going into the places of the temples and seeing how that looks like a human? I'm not gonna say man because I want to include man and woman, and feeder at the bottom. And if you were to stand it up on top of the earth in that form of a man, which way they would be looking, and how they always where they wanted to be buried, and where the oldest temples or the god came from. I mean, that's easy work.
Word up. I thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna say my closing words and shut it down, but I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna end the Zoom and then get ready to do my thing. All right, word up. Thanks for tapping in.
Yeah, see you tonight.
Yep, I'll be back. Yeah. Nah, my man, lastly, Takumba, he wished to pose the question, so you are looking to revive Egypt and Nubia in America, huh? In 2024 in America. Nah, that's not what I'm trying to say, nor is that what I'm trying to achieve. You asked for the usefulness of ancient history. I gave you an example, and then you're trying to say, am I trying to do that example? Nah, I just gave you an example of usefulness. I could give you more examples of the usefulness of it that I'm not trying to do as well. This is aiding people who are in actual Egyptology courses that follow my page. They really are. I was enrolled in the University of Manchester with one of my viewers. And I didn't do the course, and he doing the course right now. Just yesterday, I got plenty testaments to how useful this information is being in people's lives. You should have been watching the show. So if it ain't helpful to you, then why are you spending your time here? Because my life cool. I'm not last. You just described yourself as last. And you put a we on it. That would not even be a royal we. That there would be a poverty-stricken we. When you include me in your poverty and saying we in last place. How big do the we get? So we're an economic tribe, but we're not together in any other instances. We are we when it comes to assessing our assets, but we're not a we when we intend to go out and move in this world. I'm not a part of that we. My we want to move in the world together and not just be like, we at the bottom. I'm definitely not at the we at the bottom for black people. Some of us ain't. So it got to be graded on the curve, right? Stop being the part that's on the bottom, fam. Coming in the streams that's trying to teach something, trying to take away from it. You're definitely at the bottom. Again, I tried to address what your true gripes about that. I hear you, Takun, but you're saying economically, as an economic tribe in American capitalism, we're at the bottom. That's your point. But how about you? How are you contributing to that? Where are you in that we? Because you could be the part of the we that's trying not to make that be the case. You feel me? Everybody, no one's working to be on the bottom. So I'm pretty sure everyone's humble contributions, whether they're useful or not, they probably think they are. So lead me to your contributions so that I can cast my judgment. You feel me? Just take me to where you contributed to making something pop in 2024. Besides leading your wonderful household and raising your beautiful seeds, that's really a man's obligation. What if we can all raise a wonderful household? How can we have a messed up community? What's up with Babylon Don? How can we have a messed up community if we all focused on raising a pristine household? Because there's forces in the world against you. What's the question, Babylon Don? I'm about to get ready to get up out of here. But thanks for the little, I ain't mad at your inquiry, Takumba. I wish you could just see the usefulness in some of the information, that's all. But I don't care if you don't like that. I wish you could. What's up with Babylon Don? Before we get up out of here. Babylon Don got a gotcha question. Nah, it ain't no gotcha question. Let's see. I still want to know what this word is. If I was doing it by myself, I wouldn't have been doing it instructionally. I would have just did it like this. Let me show you. I would have probably said core ma'et. I would have got stuck on the may, but that's a may for whip or something authoritative. And this still would have caught me up. Here's the question. If Narmer is from Upper Egypt, southern now, the south, then why is it called a unification of the two lands and not southern Egypt conquers northern Egypt? That's a good question. That's a good question. It's kind of like Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite, but I be seeing my kids play, right? And on the map be shrinking. The active play area on Fortnite's map will shrink with the time period. But it's going prograded. We should think of it retroactively, like backwards. The further back we go, the ultimate area of what was known as the place of the two lands would be smaller. So it would still be upper, because they was still 200-300 miles away, but they wasn't 1,000 miles away. See what I'm saying? And so it would still be the same instances within a smaller geographical area. That's a good question, though. Again, the question was, if Narmer is from Upper Egypt, southern now, the south, then why is it called the unification of the two lands and not southern Egypt conquering northern Egypt? Yeah. It's just because the play area was a lot smaller between the first cataract and the 8th nome. So let's just say from the 4th nome up was the old upper. And from about the 4th nome down, just for sense of the question, will be the old. I apologize. From the first to the 4th nome would be the old upper. And from the 4th to the 8th would be the old lower. Now, I'm not saying the delta wasn't in there like that, but we got to remember the nomification happened after the unification. We got to agree that nomification, or making the nomes, let's see if that's a word. You got nomified. The making of the words, nomification. N-O-M-I-F-I-C-H. No, I made that up. Nomination. Well, I made up a good word. It's about, nomification. It is right there, but it's a concept of dividing up proper names or giving correct names, but that's not a good source. That's not a word. But I made it up. It's the process of making a nome. Whatever the real word is called. Cool. So we do remember unification happened before the nomification, or before all the nomes were made, right? The only nome that was existing during the time of the unification that we know of truly is Ta Seti. And so I ain't gonna say the north was wilderness, and I know definitely there's no material evidence to let us think that there was anybody above Abydos involved in the fight. Literally. There's no material evidence to let us think that there was anybody from above. There's really not. When I say material evidence, the only thing that made me say was a motif on the Narmer's palette that make dude look like he from someplace else. But that's our brain doing that. That ain't what the palette say. We just say, look, he got straight hair, look like a Mediterranean. The actual material culture is where they finding stuff stuck in the ground. Where they find it stuck in the ground. And it start in Abydos and then it go down. And come back up at a different strata or a different time period. It was cool to build today. Shout out to y'all. I'm up out of here. Thanks for all the contributions. I got a world of cash apps the other day and I didn't even look at my phone. So I couldn't even thank y'all. Somebody just had to cash at me because y'all blocked him. Unblock Devin. Devin, if you're listening, I didn't block you, fam. I put you on timeout because you be spamming sometimes, but I appreciate your contribution to the show. And I'm going to have you unblocked. Now we waiting for the next chef show so they could go apologize for being so wrong and carry on. All right? We're going to get